their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot, and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Miss Courtney, motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productively on their own time, in their own space.
It's really flexible. You know, you can really do it at home, do it at school. It's easier. You can work at your own pace sometimes, and you can really get things done.
They have access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing? Good. Right.
I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity.
huge honor. There's only about 100 students accepted in the entire state. So the fact that our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot, and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone, once again, and I hope everyone had a good holiday break. And here we go, getting started at the first meeting in January of 2019, a new meeting with a new schedule. This is our first time having a workshop at 10 a.m. in the morning, and then this will be the way we're going to do business now, with the first meeting of the month with the workshop at 10 a.m., followed later in the afternoon by a official school board meeting, which will begin at 3:30. 3:30, not 5:30, 3:30. And then the second meeting of the month will be at 5:30, as we had been doing during the previous year, in years before. So this morning, it gives us a little time to talk about a few things. And the first thing I wanted to talk about with the board, our board, is our meetings, because we never get a chance to kind of talk amongst ourselves, and this gives us a little bit of time to talk about a few things. What I have tried to do is put together some of the best practices that I have gleaned from talking to the Florida School Board Association, taking some elements from Pinellas County, which they provide during their school board orientation. Having been a participant in so many governmental meetings personally, and then perhaps most recently when Mr. Russell and I attended our state legislative delegation's hearing presentation at Daytona Beach City Hall, and seeing how the chair there in the meetings were run. So the whole goal here is just to provide the audience with the opportunity to participate in a timely manner, for the audience to view us as a professionally run, organized, orderly, civil, polite, all of those things, and efficient, so that from the audience's perspective, we have our act together, if you will, and we know what we're doing, and we are going to do it right. The other thing that was important is that we sometimes forget we have an internet audience. And because of that, we have to be cognizant that they're not physically here. And so I got to do a better job of, say, like little things like when we take a photo. You know, we know how we all get up, we take our photo. Well, if you're listening on the internet and nobody says anything, it's like, well, what happened? You know, it's just kind of dead time, and they hear some background noise perhaps. So I got to do a better job of saying, okay, we're going to take a 3-minute break here. We're going to take a photograph. We'll be right back, and da-da-da-da-da, and then, come back in. So I got to keep thinking along those lines. So let me begin, if everybody would look at their protocol handout, number 1, and just kind of going down the line there. Some of the things that we have been doing as a school board is because that's what the previous board did, and that's what the previous board did, and the previous board did. And Connie and I talked, and I said to Connie, I said, when did you decide this order of business, like that whole thing? She said, well, that's what the previous agency clerk gave it to me, and I've just followed what that person has been doing, and so on, and so on. So, some of these things that perhaps we have done have sort of outlived their usefulness. For instance, I'm no longer going to say, if your cell phone rings, it's a $50 fine to Futures. That's just been an old joke that I think is flat. And besides that, no one knows what Futures is. So, I'm not going to be saying that anymore. If I'm going to tell them to please turn off your cell phone, that's it. I think things like our vision statement, we've been going around the table, and each person has been rotating, making a comment about it used to be the mission statement, and then we changed it to the vision statement, and I just thought, I don't know, maybe it's time, while I'm the chair, that I will just announce what our vision statement is, and then what I thought I'd like to do is give each of you an opportunity, not just one person, but all of you an opportunity to do sort of I'll call it a 30 seconds to 60 seconds, maybe share some good news about what's happening in your district. Did you know that, da-da-da-da-da. Just something happy, good, because this is how we're going to start our meeting. And I used to always start my faculty meetings with good news and kind of set the tone. Again, try to put yourself in the place of the audience. And most people that are in our audience, obviously they're here for official business. I'm talking about the public now, not the staff, because they don't have a choice. But the audience is here for official business, and maybe that's someone getting recognized, or they're concerned about one of the issues. But chances are they don't come frequently to school board meetings. It may be the only time that they've ever been to one, and they may never be back in some cases. However, it's our opportunity to make a great impression. So when they leave here, they're saying, wow, that Volusia County School Board, they got it going on. It's such a great group of people, and they get along real well, and it's just a nice thing. So I thought you all getting an opportunity to share something good, because we always hear so much, unfortunately, negative stuff, that I think it's important for them to hear all the good things that are going on. And rather than, and I know some of us do this, at the end of the meeting when we have comments and we say something, great, well, that's all good, but nobody's here then, and nobody hears it. So I'd rather, while everyone's here, you have something good to say, why not say it? The next item is the approval of the minutes. Clearly, we're kind of not needing to do what we normally have been doing, which is, I would say to you, okay, board members, you have received the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve? And somebody would make one, and somebody would second, and then we would vote. The more common way now that I've seen as I go around is, I would say to you, board members, you have all received a copy of the minutes. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved as written, and that's it. We don't have to take a vote, and that's how it's done most commonly now. Recognitions, of course, are always great, and again, it's those are all positive things, and it's just getting going right. Public participation. I'd like to make some changes here, and this I want you guys to think about this. I talked with the Florida School Board Association about public participation. And I also talked with with a few mayors about it, asking them how they do it in their cities. Most people now are of the belief that the closer the public comment can be to the issue that we're going to vote on, the better it is. In other words, we have public participation. Here's what we did in the county council when I was on the county council. We had public participation from 8:30 to 9, and then the official meeting started at 9. Now, during that 8:30 to 9 time, they could talk about anything. Okay, something that was on the agenda, or something that was not on the agenda. But at 9 o'clock, that was it. Whether there was 40 people that wanted to speak or not, if only 10 got a chance to speak, that's it. And then at the end of the meeting, there was more time if you wanted to speak. But when I stop and think about that, that wasn't really the best way, because the way not most cities, but the way I know Ormond Beach does now, is that any item that's going to be voted on by us before we vote, but when we bring it up, so let's say we're going to talk about something, and the superintendent has a presentation for us, and then we're supposed to vote on it. Well, before we vote, I would ask Kelly, I would say, Kelly, do we have any cards on this issue? And she would say, yes, we have one card, whatever it is, great. I call that person to come forward. That person would speak to us on this issue only that we're going to vote on. That person, is there any more cards? No? Okay, great. Now it comes back to us, and we vote. This gives us the opportunity to hear whatever public comment there is out there about the issue that we're going to vote on. Sometimes, like with us at the county council, if I heard something from the public at 8:45 a.m., and now the issue's coming back at 5:30 in the evening, chances are I've already, that's not on my mind what that person had brought up. And I think it makes more sense and more interesting to the audience if if they know they're giving input just before we vote. And the deal is, so often when you hear from the public, it can influence your thoughts. And I think the more input we have, the better. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is when we get to the public participation, I would say, okay, the chair now opens the meeting for public comment on consent agenda items and resolutions only. So that's not the time when someone from the public's going to come up here and talk about global warming, or I hate my school's principal, or whatever else they want to talk about. That's not part of our business. See, our published agenda is our business. People want to talk about other things, we'll give them another time to talk about that. But when the meeting starts, we want to hear about public comment about items on which we're going to vote, not the other stuff. So, chair opens the meeting for public comment on the consent agenda, consent items. If there's any, I'll ask Shelley for the cards. We'll let those folks talk, whoever, how many there are. Then we will shut down that public participation. We will vote on resolutions, and then I will ask you for the consent agenda if any of you want to remove an item from the consent agenda for the purpose of a separate discussion. I just put down there, if you wish to do that when at all possible, talk to the superintendent so that he has a heads up about the reason why you want to have that separate conversation. It may just be that, not that you're opposed to it, you just want to bring up something and you want to talk about it. That's fine. I think, Mr. Superintendent, you and I were talking about, let's say that Jamie wants to pull off item 7A. Okay, great. So I say, okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 7A? And we do that, and we vote, and we approve it. Then I would come right back to you, though, rather than wait till the end. And I would come right back to say, Board Member Haynes, you removed item 7A. You have the floor, and then you can say, yes, Mr. Chair, the reason why I took this off is da-da-da-da-da. And then, so you can talk, and then eventually you would make the motion if you and so inclined to move the item forward. Someone else would second it, and we vote, and we move on. You with me so far? We doing okay? Okay. Then superintendent's announcements. I'm just putting this down here in this order. I just took it from an agenda that we had. Sometimes our agendas are a little bit different. On the second page of that, superintendent's presentation, your district update. I thought, Mr. Russell, that it might be good for us to get a human resource update every meeting. I know sometimes we have, like today we have, was it assistant principal appointments or administrative appointments of some sort? But I thought it'd be good if she could give us an update, like how many vacancies we have, how many substitutes, long-term subs, or something like, just so that we get an idea of what is going on out there. It's important for us to know, because sometimes people are saying lots of things, and it'd be better to get the facts rather. All right, and then okay, so then we have student discipline. We usually have something like that on one of our agendas. Public participation 2. This is I'm thinking maybe this would be, and I talked with Connie a little bit, this might be an hour into our meeting, something like that. It's hard to say. Then I would open the meeting then for public comment on those items that are not on the agenda. And I was told that we can limit that time. So I'm suggesting that I limit this first time to 15 minutes. So that would be about five speakers. Now again, I'm limiting their time on items that are not on the agenda. You will notice I'm giving the public more time to speak on items that are on the agenda, but being sensitive to the audience. Again, the audience is here for the items that they know we're going to talk about. The audience sitting there has no reason to expect to hear anything else. So when we give them the opportunity to speak about whatever they want to speak about, we don't have to be as gracious, let's just say, for that. So I'm suggesting we give about 15 minutes, about an hour into the meeting, and then we'll give them another 15 minutes at the end of the meeting if there's anyone that would still like to speak. Again, 15 minutes could be 5 speakers. It could be more if they don't take all their 3-minute time, something like that. Board action items. Of course, anything, again, that we're going to vote on, we'll always give the public a chance to speak on it. And then if Kelly informs me that there are still some people that want to speak about something that was not on the agenda, we'll give them that opportunity right at the end, just before we get into our comments, before we go home. Now, in order to change our public participation way, we would have to amend policy, what is it, Connie, 801, because right now it says in there that we give them just one time to speak. So when Mr. Doran comes, we'd run that by him and see if that is something that is okay. Let me just go on to handout 2 and 3, and then we can talk. And handout 2, I'm just saying, some of the things there in writing there that I've already said to you. Beginning with paragraph 2, of course, the chair is the presiding officer. What we need to do is, if you wish to speak, just give me some kind of a signal. Then I would say the chair recognizes a board member Colon, and then board member Colon will say what he needs to say, and then I go around. So if you just signal me, then I'll try to keep score about who raised their hand first and second, and call on you in that order. Again, for the internet part of it, it's important for me to say your name so that people listening know, oh, that's who's speaking now. And so I want to make sure that that I do a better job of keeping those who are just listening aware of who is speaking. Of course, my responsibility is to make sure the meetings are run professionally, fairly, orderly. There's also been a question from time to time is, how do you get an item on the agenda? Again, talking to the Florida School Board Association, they said to me that it's really the superintendent's call on that. And it's kind of funny because he works for us, right? So if you really want something on there, chances are he's going to want to put it on there. But I can't say, if you say to me, Mr. Chair, I want us to talk about school dress code again. Okay, well, I can't say, yes, we're going to do it. Okay, I really need to say, the superintendent heard you, and and we'll see what happens. Now, what that really means is if you say that you want something on the agenda, he, in his discreet way, is going to find out, are you the only one that wants to talk about this, or is there some general interest here? So that's up to him to figure that out. So I just want you to know, and you don't have to do it at a board meeting. You can call him and or email him and say, I really want this on the agenda. Does that work for you?
Yeah. And then and I think this workshops now give us that opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll have more time to flesh things out and to talk. Okay. Now, what they told me was, it's so interesting. It's the superintendent's agenda until we, at the beginning of the meeting, vote to approve the agenda. Once we approve the agenda for the meeting, then it becomes our agenda, and we can move things around and do what we want. But until that time, it's his, until we formally approve it. Just made some notes here, Mr. Russell, for our presenters, for staff. Again, be aware of the listening and viewing audiences. All presenters, when they come up, you need to state your name and your title, because people who are listening, I mean, we know who you are because we know you guys, and we see your faces all the time. But people who are listening, they don't know who you are, and they can't recognize your voices. So state your name and your title before you begin speaking. PowerPoint presentations that are going to be made. Connie and I were talking a little bit yesterday, and you may want to elaborate a little bit about, what was that called? The executive file?
Executive content.
Executive content. You put that in a file.
Putting them until they're ready to go. If they're just in draft form, they'll be in executive content. Okay. And then when I'm told they're ready to go, I'll move them into public content.
Okay. And so whether it's in executive content or whether it's in public content, they will be available to the board, right? In one way, fashion, or the other.
If they're in executive content, only the board and Mr. Russell and myself can see them.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay, so then you're aware of it, and all of us are aware of them. Okay. If you get a chance to look at those PowerPoint presentations before the board meeting, great. I know you can't, not all the time, but if you can, that just helps us move the meeting faster. As far as reports go and presentations, I talked to Mr. Russell about this. To help keep our meetings shorter, I like to keep our official meetings as short as possible, and do the listening and talking and asking a lot of questions at these things, at these workshops. What I was told was that if the board isn't going to vote on it, if it's just a FYI, why is it at a school board meeting? Why? What is the interest to the general public? We're not taking any official action. Someone's just letting us know about something. Okay, well, that could be done here at a workshop. So as much as possible, we're going to try to shift a lot of these things away from our 5:30 meetings and move them to our 10 a.m. Times. I also think that every effort should be made to keep these presentations short. 20 minutes is a lot of PowerPoint. So if you can keep that thing to 20 minutes or less, and then what we want to do is ask questions. And the question time can go for as long as the board has questions. I would much rather spend, 20, 40 minutes asking questions if we had to, than hearing an hour presentation and just wearing us out, and then another 30 minutes of questions, and then everybody's done. So, there's nothing wrong with having the presentation, and if we have already seen it ahead of time, particularly, you probably have your questions, you're probably ready to go. So in the event, we have opportunities like that, we can make this go a little bit faster. And again, I always put myself in the place of the audience. It'd be more interesting to the audience too. The final page here, I know you're tired of me talking here. I'm tired of talking too. Is handout 3. This was really just taken from the Pinellas County School Board orientation. I put in Volusia County Schools instead of Pinellas County Schools. But other than that, a repetition, board members will avoid repeating positions stated by other board members. This is just something we just have to catch ourselves on. Sometimes you're not the first one to speak, but Ms. Cuthbert said it first, and you were going to say the exact same thing. You don't have to say the whole thing all over again. Say, I agree with Mrs. Cuthbert, and and just let it go. Participation, trying to balance. So my job will be to help balance, to give everyone a chance to weigh in on the issue. So if you see me look at you like, get on with it, finish your point, so that other people can also speak. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to be sensitive to the audience and to be fair to everybody up here. I have here standards. The chair needs to enforce the meeting standards. We should refrain from texting, emailing. I think Miss Cuthbert, you mentioned that one time. Focus. I think it's important to listen to each other. I think it's very important to make good eye contact, listen to the public when they're speaking. Again, it just from the people sitting at the audience and looking at us, it's just much more respectful and professional. And again, we are the Volusia County School District. We are educators, or representing educators, representing the public interest in education. So to me, we should have the highest level of civility, the highest level of decorum, because we're in education, and so there shouldn't be anybody that has a better run a meeting than the Volusia County School Board. Our focus, and I believe we do this well here. Always think big picture as much as possible. You all are going to hear things about situations at your individual schools. Those are the kinds of things that, as much as possible, you would call the superintendent and speak with him privately, personally about that. That isn't of a general district concern here. So as much as possible, issues like that, you definitely want to weigh in on it, but you weigh in with the superintendent. And that's the way you would prefer, I'm sure. And finally, preparation for the meeting. Well, you all are always prepared and so forth. last thing is, as I have gone around and looking at other meetings, city halls and so forth, we were at Daytona Beach City Hall, which I referenced. And what I noticed, and I've seen it a few other places now, is when someone comes and speaks with us here, and if you're sitting in the audience, all you see is the back of that person's head. Now, we see their faces, and it's all fine and good, but they don't know what that person looks like, and it's not very interesting if all you see is the back of someone's head. So I've asked Mike, and I don't know whether, can you want to come forward, Mike? And I said to him, you know, at some of the places where I've seen is they've had a camera situated to show the face of the person sitting where Mike is about to sit, and you may want to explain how you think this would work.
Sure. So right now, it's just a basic setup. It's a webcam attached to our presenter table, one's laptop. So as presentations are going on, it'll have almost a picture-in-picture feel. So the camera itself will overlay over the presentation or any content that's on the actual screen. So that way, those that are sitting across the dais here are visible to those online viewers as well as those that are in the audience on the screens to the side.
Okay. So you see the TV screens. You see him in the window there, and you see it right there.
Yep. And this is our initial go. So we'll take feedback obviously as we go and see what we need to adjust, if anything, to make sure that the
and we'll take a look and see what people think. The other thing is, so let's say that you were going to show us a PowerPoint right now. Mm-hmm. So then the picture of him, he would go away, and then you would see, you would see the PowerPoint.
Right on top. The presenters will see their notes in the slides as they are now, and then this next slide's up.
Right.
Definitely something that we'll see as far as feedback is having that top right corner be available for the screen of the camera rather than content, so that way they can adjust it around as we go. So we'll develop a template for presentations as far as PowerPoints to free up that corner for the time being.
Okay. And we'll just see how it goes, and then you can make it better as we go along. That's all. We're just gonna keep evolving here as we move forward with the meetings. What have I left out, Mr. Russell? What?
You covered your documents.
Are we doing okay? And I appreciate that, Mike. Okay, so I think at this point, any questions, comments, thoughts, and then we'll get into, I see Amy sitting there.
Start with security.
Security's first?
Can we discuss this first?
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Chair recognizes Mr. Colon.
Okay, so I have a few questions.
Yes.
So discussion after public comment. So are we talking about having a presentation, then public comment, discussion, and then a vote? And so a lot of times a lot of the public's questions could be answered in the presentation. So I wasn't quite sure what that format looked like. So again, what I imagined was presentation, public comment, then discussion by the board, and then a vote.
You're exactly right.
Okay, so that's one. Number two, one thing that they do in the city of Deltona, so as far as comments go, is there is some sort of something. So let's say it's your water bottle. I want to speak. I'm able to say it this way so that you're able to keep track of who it is that wants to speak.
I remember that. I remember that. Do you remember that, Miss Cuthbert in Deltona, the water bottle thing?
Yeah, exactly. So that was kind of a flag, and that sort of, in the absence of technology, allows us to, because normally you could say, I want to speak, and we're not there yet. Yeah. I didn't see anywhere.
You know why? There's only 4 of you that I got to watch, and I can see you all pretty good from here. Now, the county council, we had a buzzer, a little clicker thing, and then he had a panel, and it would light up 1, 2, 3, 4, But I think I can do it if If not, I'm sure you all will correct me and get it right.
The other thing is I didn't notice anywhere for recognitions. And one of the things I wanted to point out for recognitions is something I've always found really odd, was we would recognize somebody, let's say their appointment, then we would stop the meeting, take a picture, return back. And so if we did all of the recognitions and then went on a break, and during that break we took all the pictures, then we would be doing one picture.
You mean like picture
instead of picture, okay, let's all go back, sit down, try to gather the room again, and then picture again. And so that way it's during that break time, and it, you know, takes away the pressure of, you know, everybody can take however many pictures they.
You know, that's a pretty good point, actually. It'd probably make the meetings go a little bit quicker too.
Yeah, it would definitely cut on that time,
and
I believe.
So that, let's say that Dr. Hall was going to be recognized here, and she did her thing, and we said yay. Then we'd say, now please stay. We're going to take a photograph after all of the recognitions. So, you know, you all just stay here. And then we just move on to the next one, and then have a photo time. It's a good idea.
On the public comment, so the second time, I'm not quite sure about limiting the time. So there's two things I thought about. First of all, that second public comment should be a time certain, because we talked about that. So 5 o'clock. So that teachers or anybody who wants to come and speak of something that is not on the agenda, they are able to come, and it's not going to be an hour into the meeting, because that would only make it 4:30.
Yeah.
And so that way we can make sure, and because of the fact that.
Well, let's talk about that one. So you were talking now at the meetings that start at 3:30.
Correct.
Have a public comment at around 5:30.
That I'm thinking 5 is probably fair, but then if we're going to limit it to only 5 speakers, then
now remember, this is just the people who are speaking on items not on
correct.
The agenda. Yeah.
And so that would mean that all our teachers and all who can't be here at the 3:30 hour, or even maybe the 4 o'clock hour, if we only limit it to a certain number of folks, because we've said we'll time certain that as far as the length of that, then we'd be limiting their ability to come speak on topics. So I do notice it says at the discretion of the chair, and there will be times when, for example, when we talk about Zoe's policy, you know, there was a room full of people who were, you know, excited to speak about that. And so if we had said, you know, okay, so the first 5 people that sign up, you know, to speak about it, okay, here comes Elizabeth Albert, because there's something that's not on the agenda. Well, that just took up 1 spot.
Right.
You know, then here comes Kim Short. That just took up another spot. And so it becomes a race to get your card in before everybody else's in order to be able to speak. So I think the big part of that is the discretion of the chair.
Yeah.
As far as executive content, I would really appreciate that, you know, and I said it to Mr. Russell last meeting. We had the very long presentation, and yes, I did speak a lot, but part of it had to do with the fact that over the weekend I had checked and the presentation wasn't in there. So the first time I was seeing it was at the board meeting, and I did not know, live and learn, that they will drop the content in on Sunday night, on Monday morning for Tuesday's meeting. And so I did have questions which I could have asked prior to the meeting, but it wasn't in, whether you were logged in or not, that wasn't in the presentation yet. Right. And so if we could, you know, even if it's in draft form, maybe that Friday before the Tuesday meeting, have the presentations uploaded, even if it's in executive content, so that we can see it and have time to ask the questions. So that will make Ruben speak less at a meeting.
So let me interrupt you, Ruben. So then what that means is that staff needs to have it to Connie, right?
And that's what we did, Mr. Chair. We've redesigned our board docs, the way it will look to the board, and now the only time we use the executive summary is to drop in the PowerPoints if they're not completed, because oftentimes we're waiting for information from DOE, but at least you all can see that ahead of time. If it's ready, but by the time the board docs, the agenda goes live, you know, it'll be there. if not, you all will have it early and you can see the rough draft of that.
Like I said, even if it's in draft form, that would be helpful.
That's what we did this last go-round.
Yeah, and I like the way you did, Connie. You would alert us to say it's in there now, because otherwise we wouldn't, unless you look at it every day. Yeah.
And then one last thing is we talked about reports and presentation. There are times when we talked about doing that during the workshops. However, there are times when there are presentations that are made that are of public interest and that folks should want to hear about. And so if we're talking about, the equity report, that's something that I would rather have during the regular board meeting than a workshop.
Sure.
So just be very, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good points. Ms. Wright, I think you. Go ahead. Ms. Haynes.
So I agree about the recognitions and waiting for the pictures till the end.
Okay.
My only thing about what's being loaded into executive content is actually last week on Wednesday, I logged in.
Okay.
And I read a PowerPoint. And then I went back on Friday to locate that PowerPoint because I was working on some questions that I had for it, and it was no longer there. So I actually put in a call to say, I know that I could not know all of this information without having read it. And so it was then, we got an email yesterday saying, here it is, still in draft. So I would like a little bit longer time that things are put in there, even if they're in draft.
Right.
Because I really feel getting an email saying, here it is on a Monday morning when we're meeting on a Tuesday morning.
It's not enough time.
It's not enough time because I went on last Wednesday and started with the workshop and read everything that was uploaded for the workshop, then moved on into the board meeting and had made notes. And as I said, on Friday I went to go back because I was going to ask some questions in an email, and then some of the parts were no longer there to be seen. I feel that and I thought that the public also had the opportunity to see things prior to the day we have the meeting, so that way they knew what we were meeting about or what the topic was. So I would like to see things posted earlier, even if they're not in final format, so that we can pose questions, especially if we have a concern or we want something clarified prior to arriving.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point. And I know your hands are tied because you can't post it until you get it.
Right. What she's discussing, how it got to executive content, I didn't place it there, so I don't know how it got there.
Yikes.
How she was able to see it because it's not something I put there. And I haven't been able to find out how it got placed there and how it got pulled. But it's not something I did, so I don't know how that happened.
Can staff do that? Can a staff member?
There are certain people that have the ability, but I asked them and they said no.
They didn't do it. So. Well, let's just learn from this. That is, at the very latest, then I think what you're saying is you'd like to have it by Friday at least, the Friday before the Tuesday at the latest. The sooner the better, but at least you'd have the weekend to have some questions. Then you'd have Monday to ask the superintendent and maybe get clarification, and then Tuesday we have our meeting. If in a perfect world, yeah.
Maybe I should be the only one dropping stuff into executive.
I would agree.
So that
there you go. You're the gatekeeper, and let's leave it at that. Good point. Good point. Yes.
And granted, if Connie's going to be out for some reason, have one backup person.
Yeah.
But as I told her when I made the phone call on Friday, I gave her all these details, and I said, I didn't come up with all these details on my own. I actually read it, and now I can't find it. The only thing that I'll say about that is if Friday's the date and we spend the weekend reading it, which is perfectly fine with me, then we're all bombarding Mr. Russell on Monday, though, which could make his Mondays kind of difficult, because if he has other things scheduled and then we're all trying to get answers.
Right, yeah.
Well, ideally, if the PowerPoint is ready for at the time of go live. That's 7 days ahead of time. It should be in place. It should be there. I've learned now with workshops, usually the day before a board meeting, that Monday afternoon, I clear my calendar and it's set aside for board members. Well, I learned yesterday when we're having a workshop, I had to move my cabinet meeting to the afternoon. And so I'm going to have to shift how I manage my time. But it should only go in executive summary if it is not ready and we need additional information. It was early last week and the previous week when we decided exactly what we were going to do for today's workshop. Now we have an outline of what we'll do for the next one, so it should, pull together much easier as well.
Yeah, good. Again, the sooner we can get it, the better, right? Thank you, Jamie. Any other questions? And Ms. Cuthbert, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It will be afternoon soon, yeah.
Just being a little funny.
Yeah.
I do like your idea about the 30 seconds participating each board member. Good news.
And let's just say this. It's not putting you on the spot. I mean, I'm not going to say, now what do you have to say? What do you have to say? If you have something to say, you just let me know and you share it. If you don't, you don't. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, it's nice to start on a positive note to brag about our schools. When you talk about the superintendent's agenda, I always thought it was the superintendent and the chair's agenda.
Yeah.
With input. So I think
it is. They kind of say that, but technically it's.
As chair, you still have.
I have say. He's supposed to confer with.
Okay,
with me.
I think it should be the two of you.
Yeah.
And also, there should be something stated about phones going off during a meeting. And Futures Foundation is extremely important to us. I've always known about Futures. I know many people may not, but Futures Foundation is the county's business support of our school district.
Right.
They're the ones who sponsor our event Friday night, our Teacher of the Year banquet, Take Stock in Children, our Tomorrow's Leaders, teachers, Rookie Teacher of the Year. We could not operate as a school district without them. So I do think we need to continue to make a comment about Futures, and as a person who's had to donate $50 to Futures because my phone did accidentally go off, I think it behooves all of us to even to mention Futures and to say what they all do for us. And I think that's something that maybe the board needs to have a short presentation on all the positive aspects of what Futures does for us.
I agree. We could have Futures do a presentation at a workshop, because it's amazing what they do for us.
Okay, so I do suggest that we do address the phones going off and continue the donation to Futures. I'd like to clarify the public participation. I understand the first participation addressing any of the items on the agenda. The second public participation, you want to only have it items that are not on the agenda, and that's on any issue, correct? Pertaining to education in Volusia County.
Right, the way we've been doing it, yeah.
Okay, I am one who do not want to put a limit to what people have to say. This is their time to come before us to let us know what is on their mind. We are their public representatives, and the public needs to hear what they have to say.
Well, here's my comment on that. We are giving the public more time to hear what we have to say than ever before. So this is about items that are not on the agenda, and we have no obligation. We actually have no obligation to give the public unlimited time to speak about whatever they want to speak about, because that is not what this meeting was advertised for. That's not what the audience is here for. That's not what the internet people are tuning in for. They're tuning in for what's on the agenda, public comment on what's on the agenda, and how the board members feel about those items on the agenda. Well, so I will have the discretion. If there's a lot of people, for whatever reason, speaking, that wish to speak about something that's not on the agenda, I can give them that time at the end of the meeting. And so I'll cut off time during the meeting in the interest of the audience who was not here for that reason. But I will say, for those of you who didn't get in during your 15 minutes of time during the meeting, you will have another opportunity at the end of the meeting. And if there's 10 more people that want to speak, we'll let them all speak at the end of the meeting. That's why I have to have that discretion depending on the size of the crowd that wish to speak, Ms. Cuthbert.
I understand your position, and I recognize it. I happen to disagree.
Okay,
I think we need to hear them ahead of time, to hear what is being said, so as the presentations are given, and I take notes. I keep a notebook. I've kept every one every year. I keep track of what people say, who they say. It has been brought up in board comments at the very end. We do address people's concerns, but we need to hear it ahead of time, so as we go through our presentations, our agenda, the public needs to be heard by us. We may, see, and I disagree, we do have an obligation to hear from our constituents. We do have an obligation to hear from our parents. We have an obligation to hear from our union members, from people who object to us, who criticize us, or who agree with us. We have every obligation to hear. We are a public entity, and it's the largest public entity. Right. And one other question, in your public participation number 3, are you saying that people can address the school board based on every item that we vote on?
Yes.
That's going to extend our meetings.
Maybe.
A lot.
And that just goes to your point. The board needs to hear from the public.
Well, they can do that. They can do that in public participation number 2.
No. I don't want that to be. I want it to be germane. This is the way it is done in most places now. And most commission meetings, the public makes comment before the commission votes on the item. Does that make sense to you all?
It does.
Okay. Not 2 hours before, and not after. Obviously, we don't want their comment after we've already voted. So it's going to be relative to the issue that makes the most sense.
It can very easily be done during participation number 2. Okay, I think it's unnecessary. I think it would extend it.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, I just want to let you know I object. And at this time, I would not amend the policy 801 at that time.
Right.
Also, let's see. Let's hand out 1, hand out 2. There are, and I agree with School Board Representative Mr. Colon, who said that some presentations should be made at our meeting. For example, the one we had in December about school enrollments. Yeah. That should be in a board meeting and not so much at a workshop. It is something that is very important to the entire school district. And then,
yeah, we're going to leave that up to Mr. Russell, and I'm sure he'll speak with me too, and we'll decide.
And also, we are all equal as school board, duly elected school board members. And you're trying to curtail our voluntary speech, and I don't think that's a good idea to tell us that we should not repeat positions, that we should self-monitor our participation. I think all of us are adults, and that we are very much aware of our responsibilities. And to censor us in a way, it's not true. I think it's inappropriate.
Okay, I don't see the word censor.
No, but I mean, if, for example, if we had not repeated positions during the school dress code, it might not have happened. We repeated positions when it came to our health care. We repeated positions when it came to negotiations in the elementary day. And so we need to, I think, be able to have the freedom to freely express what we truly feel and what our constituents who contact us that we can present to the board.
Understood. It's not any way to censor. It's just a way to get it in our thinking. Just be aware. Just be aware of the audience. Be aware of what's said, and just as much as possible, if you can, as we say to the public when they speak, I say, you know, sometimes when the public's going to be speaking, say if you're all invited to speak, but if it's already been said to the board, you know, you may not need to say it again, but that's fine. I mean, if you feel like you really want to say it, you will. I'm just trying to make you aware of what we can do to keep our meetings moving as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
When you talk about the standards about texting and emailing, I think phone calls should be included in that.
Yeah, that was just understood. I don't think anyone's taken a call here while I've been on the board.
I can't help but feel somewhat reprimanded from this.
Does anyone else feel that way? You feel reprimanded?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Cuthbert?
No, thank you.
Okay, and I disagree with you about the $50 for futures. I am not going to be saying that. So, just wanted you to know, Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple quick notes, and I will, because in the board's been training, I'm gonna just refer back to Linda. They actually tell us something a little different.
Okay.
And they do need to be clear on that because it is said that it is the school board's agenda, and the chair is to direct our agenda. So I'm just telling you, but when I get on my call tomorrow, I just think they need to be clear when they're training new board members, if that is not quite the case, to give some clarity to it.
Yeah, because I heard it from Tina. You know, she told me directly on the phone. So yeah, get that clarification.
I will do that.
Thank you.
That's number one. I want to go back to the consent agenda.
Yes.
Don't have a problem with it. My only concern is sometimes we may not know it until that Saturday or Sunday or Monday. And,
or Tuesday.
Or Tuesday. And so for us to be able to articulate why we want it removed, or if we're looking for additional information, I would prefer that we delay it to the next meeting versus saying, you know, can you explain why? Because I may not have all the whys. And once I get the documentation, I can say, you know what, that's fine. Let's just keep moving. But I may not be able to get that day.
You know, I never thought of that. That's a good point. So what I could say, let's say you pull something off, and then I recognized you, and then you would say, Mr. Chair, I would like to table this item until our next meeting.
Exactly.
Boom. We vote. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. So we could do it either way. We could do it right then or 2 weeks from now.
And then my next thing, I'm actually, I agree with actually the action items as well as far as public participation. I think it's great. I do think for general purposes, we should limit. When we are talking about other school boards, many of them do limit general, just for general items on the agenda. That was not a part of the agenda. But on number 3, when we have public participation, are we going to have them all come up before we discuss any of the items, or are we going to do it individually? That's why I'm not clear.
Okay, so are you talking about, for instance, we're going to vote on a board action item?
Yeah, say we have 5.
Okay.
So we're going to let the public come and talk about any of the 5, or just
Oh, I see what you're
one,
saying.
or number 2?
Yeah. No, the way it would work is, okay, let's say there are 5A, B, C, D, E. Okay, so I'd say, okay, our next item on our agenda is item 5A. Mr. Superintendent, is there a staff presentation on item 5A? So the staff does their thing. Then I would say, Kelly, do we have any member from the audience that wishes to speak on item 5A? 5A only. If there's none, fine, boom, it comes back to us. If there's one person, we listen to that person, bang. So to answer your question, it would be individual per item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which brings me then to my next question, and it could potentially, I don't foresee it extending our meetings that much, but I agree with you, presentations probably should be kept at 15 minutes. If we are able to get our materials soon enough, and the public is able to see the information soon enough, and if they have questions, they can always email any of us to get answers. I do believe if we're going to take that route, we should really limit our presentations to 15 minutes. That's just my recommendation.
Well, if we say 15, it'd be 20. So maybe we should. But it just seems to me, my experience and relative to your point, Ms. Wright, is that typically we spend more time asking the questions, and that's when we really get into the nitty-gritty of it.
And then last, my colleague Linda, I don't think it's a reprimand. I think sometimes we have to really set some decorum for our meetings. I think, like you said, we've done a great job.
Yeah.
And just me restating what you said, I could just refer to you. I don't have to reiterate everything that you said. And I think that was the point of it, more so not to reprimand us, but just saying, you know, again, if we're looking at being efficient, that if you said something that I agree, and you normally say really great things, I just say, at Linda's point, then I don't have to restate it. And I think that's what sometimes we get into restating. And we don't restate just a sentence, we restate the entire paragraph or whatever we want to call it. And I think that was the purpose of handout number 3, you know, just to give us some decorum. But that's it. Those are my 2 recommendations.
Thank you. Connie, do you have any thoughts? This is great. And Mr. Superintendent, yeah.
Okay, so now I need clarification.
Yes.
First, public input is for the consent. And resolutions.
Resolutions, because Connie informed me we do vote on those, so
yes,
got to give them a chance.
Okay, so I can see if a meeting is moving along quickly, and I'm thinking that time certain. So if we say 5 o'clock, are we estimating that public input number 2 will be at 5 o'clock?
Yeah. I think isn't that what you were saying? That would be for the 3:30 meeting.
Correct,
obviously.
and for the sake of the public, teachers, principals, anybody who wants to come in, and parents who wants to come in and share something, we could easily, if it moves quicker than usual, we could easily be at 4:15 talking about, and so they are going to miss that opportunity to actually come and speak of things. And so I think that for public content, you know, public comment, we've already, by moving the meetings to earlier, you know, and I stated that last time, I think we've sort of, and so our workaround on that was creating time certains for items that would be of, you know, of controversy.
Well, so our first meeting of the month, what I'm thinking is there may be times that public input number 3, you know, we'll have to put, we could, yeah, we're going to have to switch it with 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the meeting's moving along very quickly, and we want the time certain, you know, and we're already at you know, the board action items, you know, 3 could become 2, just as long as we.
Yeah, I would tell you my experience is when you put a time certain for anything, whether it's a presentation or public input, when you say time certain, that means that the board will not be receptive to that until that time or later.
Right.
It doesn't mean you got to stop in the middle of your sentence because it's 5 o'clock, but it means you know, we're not going to do business earlier than that because the advertised time was 5 o'clock. So, yes.
And my question is, there's been times when board meetings only lasted 45 minutes. Are we going to hold the board meeting for 2 hours then?
Mm-hmm.
And after we're done with all
Well, that
business?
is always the danger of setting a time certain.
Well, that's my question.
I would say we're going to have to play this by ear here a little bit, but if I think we could start, let's say for the first meeting, have the public participation time at 5 o'clock. So it would be no earlier than 5 o'clock. And like I said, most of the time at the end of the meeting, when it's getting near the end, I'll say, is there anybody else that wishes to address the public? Kelly, are there any cards? None? No, we're moving on.
So
Yes.
just so I understand, when I'm making the agenda, I'm going to have a 5 o'clock time certain public participation.
Yes, but now let's...
For the first meeting of the month.
For the first meeting.
But now let's also talk about public, for the second meeting of the month.
Mm-hmm.
The public participation, then would you want that around 6:30?
No, I don't think we need to do a time certain. We are not starting till 5:30. Right.
So we don't don't
just
don't
follow
even
the
put
format.
it down, and we'll just put it right in there. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I remember us talking about that 5:30 meeting where we said that's when we'll handle a lot of the consent agenda items.
Yeah.
Because we thought, you know, those are usually, you know, pretty straightforward. And so if we didn't have quite as long a list for the first meeting of the month and we sort of try to push it along to that 5:30, yeah, it would be a longer consent agenda. But again, most of those things are pretty just procedural per se. And so we'll be able to get through them a little bit quicker. So then I asked the question, if there are consent agenda items, you know, can we push those to that 5:30 meeting so that there is no stopping and we can just keep going? Because that's what we spoke about when we talked about moving it to earlier and then keeping that 5:30 meeting. And the reason we were going to keep that 5:30 meeting a little bit shorter per se is because we were going to limit that to consent agenda, maybe shorter presentations or things that weren't going to take us till 11 o'clock at night, which I don't have any objection to being here till 11 o'clock at night. However, that's what was the premise was of having that 5:30 meeting.
Right. So I think to that point, then it would be better for us not to put a time certain on the public participation because the 5:30 meeting could be a relatively short one. It could be. I mean, so you don't want to put a public participation time at 7 o'clock if our meeting is getting over at 6:45 and we're just hanging around waiting for, you know. So why don't we start along that premise? We have to go through a few of these, and then we can adjust however the board sees fit. Yes.
So I really didn't understand Ruben's question.
Well,
so the time certain is for the first meeting.
Correct.
The second meeting, when we spoke about moving it to an earlier meeting, we said, well, the 5:30 meeting will be shorter, arguably, because we would handle consent agenda items and things that were sort of quicker.
Okay.
And so what we're talking about here is we're talking about having the consent agenda items at the first meeting of the month, a time certain for public comment at 5:30. But if we're handling a lot of those consent agenda items at the last meeting of the month, then there's really going to be nothing or not much on that first meeting. And so we're going to sit here looking at each other till 5 o'clock.
I think both the meetings, consent agenda,
Yeah.
we really don't discuss anything too much unless there's a question, unless it's a carryover. So I think either way, if we kept the consent agenda on both agendas, it would probably move rather quickly. I don't care if it's 5:30 or 3 o'clock. I think the issue is if we get through our, if we have resolutions or if we have some other presentations that are not, that we don't require a vote, we still probably get to that before 5 o'clock, and we still will have to probably take a break so that we can have the consent agenda. So I agree with Mr. Chair that we should not have a time certain.
A time certain on the second one.
But I do have one other question, because we talked a little bit about presentations. I do believe some of the presentations should take place, but I really would like to see all of our presentations somewhat workshopped. For the reason, sometimes there's an awful lot that we can get done in this period, that when it comes to the school board or do our normal meeting, it really could be condensed because most of our questions have been asked, if it's out soon enough, if they're public, but just so that people out there can hear some of the questions that were asked. And now if we have time to readdress that issue, we can. But I think this workshop, that when the final presentation during the board meeting take place, all the questions have been answered, all the concerns have been addressed, and now they have a clear picture of what it is that we're doing. Because I think going back and forth in a meeting, then they have to come back to us.
Right.
That just not so much belaboring to me, but now we still got to have another presentation. Where if we workshopped it and then they did the presentation, I think it would benefit the public.
So let me make sure I'm following you. So let's just say today we have a presentation and we ask all our questions, and then at another school board meeting, that presentation is on the same one that we heard at the budget workshop. Let's say they want to make a condensed version that they're going to present at the public meeting.
Right.
And then we've already asked our questions.
Right.
So they make their presentation, the public gets to hear it, and we vote. I mean, basically, because we've already asked the questions.
Right.
So
and
it moves
exactly.
fast.
If need be. I'm just saying those that our colleagues feel that we need to bring back to a board.
Right.
I still think sometimes we need to workshop them because we can have a litany of questions.
Yeah.
And then that becomes confusing because now the public says, what did you end up doing at the end of all of your questions? And you gave a directive back to staff to go take care of this and that. So at the end, what does it literally look like? And so that gives them a chance to bring back the final product.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, and I love that idea because how many times, and you all could probably nod your head, have you had a presentation, you listen to the information, you take a vote, and only then after you've taken that vote, somebody comes and says to you, well, did you think about this when you voted? And so between a workshop and an actual presentation with a formal vote, that also gives the public a time to provide input to us before you actually take that vote, and versus just taking the vote and being done with it and then, oh, well, I didn't think of that. So I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Good points from everybody. Awesome. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert.
Go ahead. I have one more question.
Yes.
As far as this goes, we can't change anything on the agenda till we vote on policy, correct?
Right. On policy 801. 801.
Until somebody brings it.
801. Yeah.
So the next meeting.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to wait till you bring it up as a change in the policy. 801. Ms. Cuthbert,
okay.
Yeah.
Workshops are for the board to ask questions, but the public doesn't ask questions until the presentation at the regular meeting. So our questions are addressed, discussed, the district staff sees them, absorbs them, but then when you want the presentation given and then there is public participation, what happens? And you know, our public a lot of times sees fabulous things that we would never even think of.
Right.
Then they're bringing information before us. We may also need time to think about that or investigate something we didn't think about. So that's something also we need to consider. And isn't that the reason why you want public participation before that?
Yes, you're exactly right. Before we vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there may be more board discussion may be needed based on what the public says.
You're absolutely right. Someone could bring up something that none of us have thought of, even after a 2-week time period. So, yeah, good point. Mr. Superintendent, you needed more clarification, or you good?
Yes, sir.
Connie, you good? Ms. Haynes, Mr. Cologne, Ms. Cuthbert, Ms. Wright, she tells me yes, she's fine. So, all right. Do you want to move on? You ready to go to item? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Superintendent, you want to bring up the...
Certainly. We'll begin with the district safety update, and we'll have Mr. Greg Aiken, Chief Operating Officer, and Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. When we called him early this morning, he was pedaling down 415.
Makes us proud, Mr. Sheriff. Make us proud.
It's not working, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you. I'll let you do it.
Mr. Persis, board members, Mr. Russell, thank you for this opportunity for us to be here this evening. I do want to thank the sheriff for being here as well for the first part of this presentation. I did call up everybody else because it's a joint effort, mental health and safety and security, so we kind of want to run through this. I know the PowerPoint is 24 slides long, but I wanted to give the two new board members an oversight of what we did in June, this board did in June, and so I'm going to briefly go through that, and then we'll get down to the meat and potatoes there at the end and have some discussion. The next slide really talks about, we know the horrific, the deadliest shooting at a university high school, in U.S. history, surpasses Columbine as well. There were three main points of law that actually came from that. Senate Bill 7026, it gave us a lot of requirements. And then it did raise the minimum wage for buying rifles from 18 to 21, established a waiting period as well for buying guns, and also bud stock were banned as well. So three things came out of that, plus a lot with Senate Bill 7026 that we've been dealing with. We had an option, and we had many discussions, as the board knows, with the Sheriff's Department and other municipalities about bringing on law enforcement officers on our campuses. We did do a Guardian program, school marshal program. This is basically what we did, and the board actually looked at the hybrid program on June 12th, 2018, and we actually adopted that and moved forward very swiftly with the sheriff and his team to make a very viable program we have there now. Implementation part of that from last year for the Volusia County Sheriff's Department, we added 4 SRDs. We actually added one officer at Daytona Beach, DeLand, and added another officer at Daytona Beach PD. The county gave us a 30% reduction in SRD contract, which we did appreciate. South Daytona cut theirs as well to mirror our Guardian program, and several cities gave us a 30% Guardian salary a cost share as well, and that's Deltona, Edgewater, Holly Hill, New Smyrna Beach, Orange City, and Ormond Beach as well. We had a huge shift, and as you know, anytime when we do business, we have to look at the bigger picture. And this is the first time we've ever had armed people that are school board employees on our property. And so that was a big mindset and a big decision that the board made. And working with the Sheriff's Department, I think we did a very good job of moving in that direction. Main thing from our Guardian program is really protecting students and staff and visitors. If you've been to one of our campuses here lately at the elementary schools, our school guardians are out there very visible. They're an intricate part of the safety security program at that school. The principals and APs and the teachers are relying on them to make sure they make that first critical decision to make sure those campuses stay safe. Minimum qualifications, I'm not going to go over this, but we have started our random drug testing. Recertification is coming up in May. I'll be working with the sheriff, his staff, to make sure that we all get qualified again for the next school year. And so that's the requirements that we currently put in place. Required skills, I think there's a couple that we really want to talk about. When we talk about our guardians, these guardians have already, majority of them have already had a successful career in law enforcement. We have SWAT team members, we have ex-chiefs of police, we've got detectives, we've got the high quality people from law enforcement and law enforcement background, many with 30 plus years in law enforcement. Military as well, they're retired, 20 plus years military, very extensive in the law enforcement arena. The main thing from the required skills is building relationships and making sure they can make that first critical decision when time arises, if need be, on campuses. The timeline that we have and currently where we are today, and I know we've had several interviews throughout there, but the last little bullet on the slide that you have is we have 6 vacancies and then 4 more for the middle school that we'll talk about here in a little bit. But that class actually starts February 11th with a Guardian start date of March 4th or thereabout on that date. Training components, I think that we, and the sheriff can jump in, but I think from our standpoint, I think we have the best training program for our guardians out there today. I think the basic Guardian training program is second to none. I went through that. I went through military as well, and this is two total different beasts going through that. And having to qualify And the pressure that they put on, not that they don't put on us, but you put on yourself to qualify is second to none. And I think those guys are outstanding out there on your training program that you guys provided to us.
The good thing is you passed.
I did. Yeah, I was worried about getting that water pistol.
Everything except boot camp.
No, there you go. Yeah. So diversity training was second to none as well. And I think we as a district, the way we brought in, the doctor and had her do that 12 hours really helped us integrate our guardians into our school program. And there's where you see the success today. And we do provide lots of additional training that's listed there for you as well. And I think one of the things you really need to concentrate on is our district safety and security plan. They know it inside out. We told them to read it, but they've asked questions. We drill them on it. They're ready to go. We also looked at the de-escalation strategies that they use, not only for students, but for our special needs students as well, and for the parents and staff that are there as well that we need to have. Lots of accolades come our way, and these are two pictures. One of those on the right-hand side was just a poster that they put up for our guardian walking around. The other one is a student that was visually impaired, wrote a letter to the guardian in Braille, and it actually was a not heartbreaking, but a heart-wrenching little thank you for what he does day in and day out. It was very good. So we are getting a lot of those positive comments coming forward. We talk about zero policy, and Senate Bill 7026 did have the policy on zero tolerance for crimes and victimization. And so what you can see here is what the board actually looking at. The board adopted, we're looking at the threat assessment teams. Dr. Hall and I will be discussing, I think you'll be discussing it a little bit more here in a little bit on that part. And then we're looking at alternatives to expulsion or suspension based on zero tolerance and where we go from there. Students make threats, but does the student pose a threat? And so we have to really look at that from a zero tolerance standpoint. The next slide basically talks about our safety and security training program we currently have out there right now. We do offer lots of training for our staff, along with our guardians and everybody else that's responsible at a school setting. We also do joint training with our sheriff's department and local municipalities on active shooter training on our campuses after hours. And so I think we've got a very good program put in place. We've also have our drills out there for our schools to actually, as part of the mandate, to move forward with. We did do our first active shooter drill with students in December, but we plan on doing it again. And one of the best practices is monthly thereafter, so you'll see some of that coming up in a minute. Violent prevention and intervention, we have Dr. Hall and I have looked at piggybacking our MOU with Sandy Hook Promise Foundation. We've started some of that training already. Say Something. There's also SOS, the suicide. And then we also have SIA, which is Safety Assessments and Intervention, that will be forthcoming for our school-based level threat assessment teams. Say that real quick 5 times. So lots of good training coming our way. We talk about hardening campuses, and we know that's a physical hardening part of that. There's also a mental part of that, so we have to be mindful, not fearful when we move forward and making some of the critical decisions that this board has made and we have made internally. There are some behavioral changes, and I think we're doing a pretty good job. I know Mr. Russell and I at their last principal meeting talked about the 10 best practices coming forward. I think one of the suggestions that Mr. Russell had is that we're going to be moving forward with these best practices in front of our principals to educate them on our security practices moving forward. The bottom line is we have to enforce our procedures that we currently have in place today. That's with our staff and with our students to make sure that we have a viable security program in place at that campus, and that we hold everybody accountable to that standard. Systems in place, and I'm not going to reiterate all of these, but we do have a visitor management system in place. The sheriff and his team come by. It says every 3 years. We come by annually. We do safety assessments on our campuses. We evaluate them. Tomorrow's a tornado drill, so we'll be evaluating all of our team on how we're responding to an all-hazards approach to emergency management. Hardening campuses, and this board made a decision after the Parkland shooting to move to single point access, looking at interior fencing. And so I'm happy to say that we're just about done with all of our elementary schools, right? Those 46. We are working diligently at our middle and high schools, moving forward to getting those done. So we're looking at a very good, successful rate of being done here fairly soon. I'm hoping by spring break we'll have our middle and high school. Some of those are very complicated at that level. Elementary is a little bit easier, but we're going to be done here today or tomorrow at our elementary schools. Now we're going to go round 2, and the reason I have that on there, round 2, is we put the fencing in, but then we see in another area that is of concern. So we'll go back and address that as we go through. So I think we're where we are right now with that. Other recommendations that came forward, if you remember, we did a survey out and everybody kind of gave us feedback on what needs to happen. Those items on the right-hand side, panic button, clear backpacks, at athletic games, those things we put in place. The other side, metal detectors, we are buying some wands for the grant from FLDOE. Language at middle and high schools, I think some of the high schools have already are doing some pilots on that. I know New Smyrna Beach is, high school. Doing that right now and mandatory making them wear their badges. So that's something this board would start considering, maybe thinking about that later down the line. We are not doing bag searches, and we're not doing bulletproof glass. If you know anything about bulletproof glass, very expensive to put that in place. But we do have hurricane storm windows in all of our glasses exterior, so those do shatter and not break, and locking bars as well. These are our contracts that we currently have, and you can see the dollar amount with that, including the guardians there. And so that's just information for you right there. These Sheriff's Department actually reduced by 30%, like I mentioned earlier. It was over $1 million now. It's a little bit less right now, and the Sheriff and I will be going into negotiations here later on for next year's program. Here's where we are, the meat and potatoes, so I'll stay just a couple of minutes here on this one here. The Middle School Guardian Pilot Program, October 16th, the Sheriff asked to meet with myself and some of his staff to discuss the Guardian Program and the VCSD, our VCS, our Volusia County Sheriff's Office, our deputy program that we currently have in place today. As you know, for the last 10 years, we've been sharing officers, and this is the first year that we actually asked for 4 more, but a lot of our middle schools and our high school, middle schools shared school resource deputies. Obviously, Senate Bill 7026 had us move forward with one armed person on every one of our campuses, and we have completed that. And so we did go up by 4 this year. The Sheriff and I met, and I'm going to kind of let you kind of jump in here right now. But October 16th. You're doing well. Go ahead. I'm going to break your stride. All right. So October 16th, we did meet, and we discussed looking at a pilot program for middle schools, identifying for those that have the lowest. Basically, our referral rates are very low, and the response from the SRD was very low. To look at, can we do this for put guardians in the middle schools to allow him, the Sheriff's Department, the opportunity to pull those out to be able to use them elsewhere. That meeting went over very well, and I'm going to let the superintendent, not superintendent, the sheriff, you want to be
He's the superintendent.
I would take the sheriff. I would take the pay
Unless they want to swap roles.
The sheriff.
If you guys want to swap, that's...
there you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate the time to come here, and I would just like to commend the board, because when this happened, when Parkland happened, this board was feet to the ground and said, let's move straight ahead, because school security is so important to everybody on this board. And I want to thank you for that, because I think we're way ahead of many of the school districts in the state of Florida. From a personal point of view, when I took office in January of 17, I was 25 deputies short. We are now 39 deputies short, and I'm about to probably fire 2 for a drunk driving incident. So no matter, the faster I hire, the more people I lose. And it's not just in Volusia County, it's a nationwide issue in law enforcement. Over the past 5 years, whether you're a small department, a rural department, or a large department, there's been like a 50% reduction in applicants coming forward. So I am mandated by the legislature to staff the courts, and then I have my contract cities and as well with the school board. So when we looked at the vacancies, I talked to Greg and said, hey, let's take a look at our middle schools that are not really requiring a lot of service from us. And let's see if we could experiment with that and see if those guardians could fill in there. And eventually, we talked about the fact that we would like to get to the point where all of our high schools have a minimum of an SRO, hopefully an SRO and a guardian, or 2 SROs in them, because of the level of work that's coming there. And I would reiterate, countywide, this is not a problem that should be just solved by the school board. All the cities have to buy in and support us here, because if we're going to support and keep our children and our faculty safe, every city has to understand they have a role to play in this. You know, anecdotally, when I was the police chief in Daytona Beach, we had 1 deputy to cover 3 schools. And really, it was scarecrow policing, because the deputy was running from school to school and was never really there to establish a presence. And we were fortunate enough to get a grant that enabled us to put 10 officers in those 10 schools. That money does not exist anymore. But some of the cities, as Greg said, have stepped up to the plate and said, look, we need to help take ownership of this problem as well. And I commend those cities, but the other cities who have not need to really take a good look and say, you know, if anything came out of Parkland, it's everybody has skin in this game. It just should not fall on one entity. It's all of us together. So.
Mm-hmm. And the Guardian program is actually a shared responsibility. The sheriff actually has, from the school marshal program, some skin in the game as well. So when we discuss this as well, as a sergeant or supervisor would be kind of coming around as well. So it's not like we're just going to leave you alone. He's been an intricate part in our Guardian program up to date, and I'm sure he would be for the middle schools as well. The last slide I have, and then we'll answer any of your questions, is the Florida Department of Education came out with their 10 best practices based on the report from Parkland. And so these 10 areas we have addressed already or in process of resolving. And the last one is Fortified Florida. That's on there in number 10. I know we've done some work with Kelly. I have to get that message out. I think we can do. Her and I talked earlier today. We'll send out that again to make sure that's paying dividends for us right now. We have received lots of tips in that area and have resolved some issues with the Sheriff's Department or local law enforcement to resolve those issues. But a lot of these things, single point access, the school safety officer on every campus we have, that locking classroom doors, that's been a policy since 2012. So, but we do still find classrooms that are unlocked, and we got to re-educate our staff. I understand that, but that's a process we have in place. Using plain language is one of those we currently do. So, single earbud policy, that's going to be School Board Policy 208. Maybe an amendment coming up next school year, but everything else we've actually have in place right now. So we're open for. One more. The bigger picture. When we start looking at active shooters and active shooter incidents or loss of life on campuses, more students lose their life when they're at home than they are on our campuses. So our security program is really focused on what can we do. When the student comes to school in the morning, we get them home safely in the afternoon, and I think we do a very good job of that. And this is just some statistical data for your review so you can kind of look at that. Now I'm at the Q&A.
All right, thank you, Mr.
So that's less than 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, that was
That's
good.
10 minutes?
I had the stopwatch going, so you were good.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. Sheriff, thank you for being here as well. So board members, you've heard the presentation. Questions for anyone? Have a question that would anyone like to start? Ms. Cuthbert.
You were talking about the single point entry, and all of our schools are now at a single point entry?
So our elementary schools, I think we have, we're waiting on the final code on one of our elementary schools. And then we've put the fencing in, and I think 4 schools are waiting on the gates because they have to be built. So as soon as that's done, we're done at elementary schools. Our high schools, a lot of our high schools are already done. Middle schools, we're moving back in. We had a contractor issue with one of our contractors at River Springs. He had a couple of schools that he was working on that are not quite complete yet. Deltona High School will be done today. And so as we're moving forward, we're moving that vendor to the next school.
What are we doing to help protect our personnel at that single point entry?
Yeah, so the next phase is our locking systems, and so we actually went for a grant for our locking systems, which would be the buzzer to allow them to come into the front door, and that's moving forward. So we have already started our conversations, started evaluating some of our schools, and we're moving in that direction. So that's the next phase moving forward, and it will be started this year.
Okay, are you starting at elementary schools with that, or high
we are
schools?
looking. We are doing my review was I wanted to look at all of our campuses, see where our vandalism is, our higher crime rates based on statistical data, and those are the schools we're going to start first. So it could be elementary, middle, or high. We're just going to go from there and move down the line.
Okay, and a lot of times the data is not reported. If the data is not reported, then we don't know if it's actually happening or not. And isn't some of the crime data based on our school grades? And I think, isn't it?
You're talking about internal referrals?
Yeah, as we report to the state whether or not what our suspension rate is.
Sussur rate. So yeah, that's actually, I think we do a very good job of reporting everything. I think if you look at our daily reports that we get from the area superintendents and the schools report all of their issues that they have there, I think it's a very good, viable program. I would actually have Cindy Fisher maybe do something as a presentation, an assessor report, and a referral process, and the district student placement committee and how they handle those student issues. But I think what we reviewed was actually what was inputted to our system. Is that what you're asking?
The middle schools that you want to remove the deputy, have you spoken to those administrators at those schools?
I have, yes.
Okay, and they're in agreement?
Well, you know, they have mixed emotions, just like when we started the Guardian program and we had all of the not only citizens, but even our internal staff were unsure of that change and the fearful fact of bringing somebody on with a weapon. You know, we have some reserve there, or some hesitation there with them. I think it's the same thing here. They're not sure what that's going to look like, and so I think they have those kind of concerns as well. You know, and last year they didn't have them. So both of those schools, New Smyrna Beach, Silver Sands, and Creekside, all shared a deputy last year. So, you know, and they didn't have them every day. Today they have them every day, and they love it every day. So this will be another shift that they would, you know, we would still have somebody if we need to, but we would have a guardian there handling the issues as well.
Okay, and if the guardian needs backup or an arrest ability, that guardian has to contact the local police department, correct?
Yeah, so they have a radio for their zone, so they can do that today. So all of our guardians actually listen to and monitor the radio, and actually have taken schools into lockdown or handled some issues that were off campus to make sure our campuses were safe. They would do the same thing, just go on a radio, tell them what they need, and law enforcement would respond.
It's a pilot program, and we figured we would just try it for the last third of the year and see how it works out. If it doesn't work out, then we'll clearly go back to put the deputy back in that school.
Okay, is there going to be some kind of evaluation done by maybe the administration, by teachers maybe, parents, students, just to see how everyone is looking at it instead of just us looking at it?
Sure. You know, I work very well with, you know, we have a new Lieutenant Tatum and Captain Egan and his staff. And so, you know, the evaluation tool will be exactly what we're going to be looking at. How many Baker Acts, how many arrests did we have to call out for? What internal problems did we have? And we're going to be evaluating all of that data and be sharing that amongst both agencies to make sure that, you know, what we're doing is the right move, that we're moving in that direction.
Okay, because 2 of the middle schools out of the 4 are in my district.
Yes.
They're my 2 middle schools, plus the 2 middle schools of the city of Port Orange are affected. So I think the cooperation of the city of Port Orange Police Department is extremely important, as well as New Smyrna Beach. So I think collaborating with them is extremely, extremely important. And also, again, my concern too is the population. Middle school, those kids are much more squirrely. I'd like to hear what the guardians say. Is it too much moving from a smaller elementary going to a larger, very active, different hormonal situation at a middle school? Is it too much for one guardian to handle? Because personality mixing with that group of kids, I mean, talk to teachers. Some teachers can't do middle school. They prefer elementary or high school. So we have to find the right person to be able to work with these students, because I think at the middle school, more at their list is getting along with the kids, being able to work with them, being a professional, as well as also being a bud, but not being too friendly. That's a hard line, you know, to walk, plus to keep their safety in mind. Will they have like a support system? Will they have maybe guidance counselor or a TOA backed in? I would like to have our guardian not just thrown in, but to have a support system so the students still can maintain their security and their safety, plus that ability to talk to somebody.
Right. I agree. There will be a turnover, approximately 8 days between the time the sheriff deputy would leave and our guardian will be there. So they'll be working hand in hand together for a couple of weeks, and then spring break, and then it'd be us at the end. We're not going to leave them alone. So I have, you know, a lead guardian, Chico Mendiza, the sheriff. I can call them anytime they come by and help us out. So we'll be, these 4 schools will get more attention, and I think the 4 that we're kind of looking at right now, depends on where we're at. I think we're going to select the right person for that for that position, like we have been doing. We've done a very good job of that at our elementary schools.
The 13 that they're hiring, one of them is a former chief of police and a former deputy chief in Flagler. So we are, and it's unbelievable to see the caliber of individual that's applying for these positions.
It is remarkable.
It really is.
We're very, very fortunate. We do not have the difficulties, the problems that other counties have. So I give you a great deal of credit. Change is always fearful. It's always difficult. I'm an involved board member, so I will be on those campuses and I will be talking to those guardians. So I wish them well. But just to let you know that I do have concerns about that. All right, thank you.
And ma'am, so do we. And that's why we're experimenting at a very small end of the school with schools that are not have a high drive for calls for service, where we would never want to put anybody in there but sworn law enforcement. And like I said, if it pans out that it's a success in 2 of them, then we'll stick with 2. If it pans out it's not a success, we'll shift right back.
Okay.
We do plan on meeting with New Smyrna Beach and Port Orange PD chief. After this, we were waiting for this meeting to move forward in that discussion with them as well.
Okay. Thank you. That's
Thank
reassuring.
you. Thank you. Good questions, Ms. Cuthbert. Ms. Wright.
And I want to go back to something from Ms. Cuthbert. Did you not say prior to this year all of those schools did not have?
Not a permanently assigned. They were.
Okay.
Did
we have any major issues when they did not have?
No.
Okay. So I'm trying to find out, because I know it's a lot of scuffle about this, and I don't understand why, if this is the first year they actually had someone on their campus
full time,
and they're still going to have someone on their campus full time.
Correct, a guardian.
And if I'm not correct me. Port Orange did not. They opted not to contribute to help with this initiative.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
You're talking about the cost
the cost
share. Yes, yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Okay.
May I add?
Sure. Yeah.
Wait. The comment was that Port Orange, the city of Port Orange,
chose not to help with the cost sharing.
With the cost sharing.
Right, and most of our municipalities, again, when we talk about this being a Volusia County issue, have chosen to help with the cost sharing, and they chose not to. So I do believe that it's some onus on Port Orange, on the city of Port Orange, to help with this issue.
Yeah.
And they have selected not to.
Okay, and Sheriff, you had a comment you want to make?
Yeah, very quickly. Madam Wright, you're exactly correct. You know, when I was the police chief in Daytona Beach, we had one deputy that handled the middle schools and floated through. But to get to Ms. Cuthbert's point, I do run into a lot of parents, and there is just something fascinating about having that marked vehicle and that deputy on campus that all the parents have completely fallen head over heels in love with. But they have to understand that it's not feasible. I can't get anybody to fill in. An example would be, we had a deputy who was walking on a middle school campus and blew out her knee. I couldn't get another person to fill that slot. Let's put it this way, a person with the skill set that I wanted to fill that slot. And that's where our drawback is coming from.
Okay. And the decision for the schools that were selected was not based on whether a city or the county participated in this program. It is strictly data-driven decision based on data that we had and the sheriff had, and in collaboration together to look at those numbers.
Okay,
had nothing to do with anything other than that.
And I understood that.
Okay, and now Ms. Cuthbert had a follow-up.
I just wanted to answer your question, Mrs. Wright. Mr. Aiken and I were at the meeting in which the idea was brought up because we presented to the City of Port Orange Guardian Program. They didn't, it wasn't that they chose not to, they chose not to vote on it. So their city councilmen, one is a school board employee, chose not to vote. Another's wife is a school board employee and chose to opt out, and another said his brother was a guardian and opted not to vote. So they didn't even bring up the issue to vote. It's not that they rejected it, it's just
But they made a conscious decision.
They made a conscious decision not to address it.
So they rejected it. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Haynes.
All right, so one of the schools is in my district, and I actually want to commend you because I believe putting a guardian there, because they were used to having a rotating, you know, and only possibly seeing a sheriff's deputy for an hour a day. I think a guardian will work at that site. And that site actually is made up of middle and high school students because it's an alternative ed site.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means there's already been a consequence that has placed them there. So I support your decision in putting a guardian at that site. Going back to when you talked about the top 10 best practices, and you talked about the locking of the classroom doors. What I happen to know, unless something has changed recently, is due to the fact that we have substitutes going on campuses, at times those classrooms that are not locked are because a substitute is in that classroom, and if they leave and the door's locked, then they can't get back in with the students. So I don't know if that's something that's been addressed.
It has been.
Okay,
yes.
so that subs can
So
get
the sub should be signing out a key for that day, and they turn the key back in at the end of the day. So that has been changed.
Okay.
Thank you for that question.
Any further questions from Ms. Haynes? Mr. Colon?
So I noticed in your presentation there was no mention of Volo. Are we still looking at Volo?
We are Volo. We had we actually halted in, I think it was right before Thanksgiving. I think sometime December. I couldn't remember exact date. We are now rolling that back out. February 1st, so you'll see a new rollout date and all of that, and moving forward with the Volo app.
Great, and you also mentioned Fortify Florida, and I really believe that we need to rebrand that for our staff.
Sure.
I think that we've probably done a really good job letting the students know, and they were quick to download the app. But I think that understanding and our staff understanding what Fortify Florida is definitely an opportunity that we have, and we may even be able to piggyback that on the Volo.
I agree.
A question for the sheriff. So let's say this pilot goes well and we have the 4 schools and it goes well. Are there any plans moving forward to continue to replace SROs with guardians if it does work? Because you said you're at 39. That's a lot.
Yes, sir. I don't foresee that. I don't foresee that at all. That's why we picked these schools statistically. Figured this would give us a little bit of breathing room with these 4 schools. And again, we have spoken relentless ad nauseum probably about doubling up the high schools. And if I may, I would like to compliment the staff at New Smyrna Beach High School yesterday. We had an incident yesterday. I don't know if you're aware of it. I won't reiterate it, but that was all because of the alertness of staff that was able to alert us immediately of what was transpiring. We were able to get in there, and obviously we have a warrant out for the arrest of the one individual, and then you're going to handle everything internally with the other 3. Right. But that was really, really good heads-up work.
I'll tell you about that if you don't know about it.
I did. And then my last question is a lot of the cost sharing, I know in the city of Deltona, the cost sharing was seen as a one-time assistance. Are we looking at going back to the municipalities, and I ask so that we can begin to prime our relationships, going back to the municipalities to ask for it again? Because like I said, I know in Deltona the conversation was, having 15 or was it 15 schools or 11 schools actually is what it is. Well, it's 15 in the district, but somewhere in the county. And so, are we planning on going back and asking for that? What was said to be a one-time contribution?
Mr. Superintendent, you want to address that?
Thank you.
I believe that will be determined by the legislature, and I know from everything that we're seeing, that will be one area that they will be addressing, adequately funding the school safety.
So I think then, if I may, an answer to your question is if the legislature doesn't provide the funding, then we will need to go back to our cities once again and ask for their assistance to help us with this Guardian program. Mr. Colon, any other questions? Anybody else have a question?
Yes. I just want to thank you. This was sprung on us, and Dr. Hall and your department as well, sprung on us very quickly. And the way all of you work together, along with our local police department, you must be highly commended. So I know I'm based on the board, but thank you very much for all your efforts.
I'll apologize for that because we had our training and with our SROs, and the question came up, and in our roundtable, I said, "Hey, this is probably what's going to happen." And once I said that, a few of them took to Facebook, and then the cat was out of the bag. But that was my fault for addressing our SROs and letting them know what 2019 was going to be in store for them.
No, that's okay. But thank you. I just wanted to say, this time last year, I mean, we weren't anywhere.
Oh, no.
We weren't talking about this at all, and it's been a long time. So thank you for all your efforts to protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Aiken, could you talk to us a little bit about, is it called safe corners in the classroom?
Hardened corners?
Hard corners,
yeah.
safe corners.
So, for example, if you just look to my left currently right now, you have those two little windows there.
Two windows in the door?
In the doorway there.
Yeah.
So the safe corner would be something that visually you can't see from that area inside that classroom. So we identify it by
so it'd be like that corner over there.
That is correct, but that one has a window, so we'd have to look at something.
But
I mean, that's what we look at each one of the campuses. Now, all of our campuses put that in place. We are now sending our teams around with our guardians and the sheriff deputies and other officers that are there to make sure that what the teacher selected is the best area for our students to be during that time of an emergency. Then we would barricade the door and do some other things that we have in place for our security response place. But we do want to identify it and make sure that we mark it either on the ground or on the ceiling. And some schools put manatees, like Indian River Elementary School put red manatees. So where those places were, and taught their kids, if you see the red manatee, there's where you go. So I think that educational piece is moving forward.
Excellent.
We do mark it up well on a tape of sealant if need be. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's different means how we're going to identify all of that.
You mentioned the high cost of bulletproof glass.
Mm-hmm.
What about that bulletproof film?
Yeah, so laminate, we actually applied in our grant for that laminate, and we put a lot of money set aside for that. So we're waiting for that grant to come through. Once and it does, a laminate is part of our half-cent sales tax as well. That will be moving forward. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if we do get the funding from the state, see, we could do multiple things at once, right? So that would be one that we have the funding for. We'll move forward with that and put that in place fairly quickly.
And correct me, does the laminate just prevents the glass from a bullet from going through the glass?
Falling down, right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then lastly, I sent you a text yesterday about the safety officers around the state, and I believe the fire marshals too are all asking the state legislature to reduce the number of mandated fire drills.
That's
right.
We
are required, each school, to have 10 every year. Mm-hmm. Now you figure the 10 fire drills and our hazardous weather drills, and they drill tomorrow. And then active shooter drills, and we are just overloading our schools with drills, and so they're asking them to reduce it to 4 or 6.
Yeah, 4 per year. So it would be the recommendation, 1 per quarter. As you look at a calendar year, so you do have summer school as well. So you would do one during there, then you would do one start of school, and you would move forward with that. If you notice, the top 10 best practices said they want an active shooter drill every month thereafter too. So they're trying to. I think the fire department is trying to look at. We do a minimum of 10 to 12. It depends on if the students are there. We don't need that many. They've got that drilled into them. Let's just move back off of that and allow us some other time to do some other drills. Yeah, I think that's going to be moving forward. We'll be monitoring that fairly closely, obviously, and we'll keep you.
And then, if you wouldn't mind,
Sure.
for the benefit of all the board that may not know,
Sure.
could you elaborate a little bit on what happened yesterday at New Smyrna Beach High School?
Sure. So New Smyrna Beach High School yesterday, we had a student that was not a student on that campus actually got into that campus. There was some students that allowed that person to get on campus, opened one of the side doors. It was identified by staff. Staff immediately responded. The actual student took off running along with the other kids. They ran down the street towards New Smyrna Beach Middle School. It was immediately called. New Smyrna Beach Middle School went into a lockdown because we didn't know where this kid was. The kid has a history of criminal history, I could put it that way, and has, I guess, pictures of weapons, so we were unsure of his intent. So they did follow and pursue the individual. They lost him in Newport Sound, I think is the neighborhood there. But at no time nobody was at harm's way. But I think the quick action of identifying and looking at and resolving that issue fairly quickly. And then, that goes back to the, enforcing standards. Students have to understand you don't let nobody in. They got to go to the front office to come in. So that's something that's going to have to be reiterated throughout all of our campuses, that you do not do that. Right, and so I think you mentioned the 3. We'll be addressing those 3 students that actually opened that campus.
Thank you. Mr. Colon had a comment.
And so I had the pleasure of actually following a guardian during our Code Red drill at Pride is where I was. And I actually followed him, and I tell you, those kids disappeared. I mean, it was just we started to walk, and it's not like they knew where we were going. They really didn't, because the guardian said, do you want to go this way or that way? And I said, let's go this way. So we started in a wing where it was actually kindergartners. They read what they read, and within 45 seconds, we started walking. Let me tell you, those kids, I mean, at one point I had to ask, I said to the guardian, are they really there? And so that's one point. The other thing, going back to your gates, and I noticed that at the schools, and I asked, is there any way to add if this door is open, an alarm goes off? So the idea is that the door has to be able to open so folks can get out.
Egress.
And so, example, University High, where the gym is. If somebody opens that side door, anybody can get in. And so have we put any consideration into, doors that would sound, and so that we would know? And so if you're walking out of the door because it's an emergency, who really cares if it sounds? But otherwise, these doors, anybody can open them from the inside. That's the idea for safety. So have we put any consideration into that?
So that's a thought process. So that's kind of like something that's, when we start looking at the low-hanging fruit, and the things that we can get accomplished, that's a little bit down the line a little bit. I think we have some other higher priority issues that we need to deal with first, which would be, the locking mechanisms and the camera systems, and then get into those door buzzer systems, basically, on the exterior doors and all of that. So that'd be something we'll look down the line on, but I think right now we're kind of focusing on, it's a part of our discussion that we're having with our HEFS and Sales Tax Oversight Committee as well, on some of the things we need to look at from a security standpoint. We've got over 25,000 doors. I don't know how many exactly of those doors are exterior doors, but a lot of them dump out into the hallway. So we have to look at, and then, all right, from that standpoint, how do we get the power to those other gates so it does ring or it does buzz? So that's something we'll have to look at and explore. We have had that conversation though, but we moved on with with now the locking mechanisms and those things that are going to pay higher dividends currently right now.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Any other board members have questions? Just last question I had. Sure. Did you have a comment, Mr.
I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
At FADS on the executive committee, we had a presentation by the sheriff of Pinellas County, and he was the chair of the MSD investigation, and he told the superintendents, he was talking about the 10 items that they were going to have, but he said, if you go back to your districts, there's 2 things you need to do right away. Identify those hard corners, and then inform. First, ask your staffs at every school who can call a code red. Right. Oh, yeah. And that was one of the major breakdowns at MSD, and so now we're educating all of our staffs, which would mean the custodians, Schoolway Cafe, campus advisors. If you see danger, and you can call a code red. And so that's part of our education process as well.
Yeah, good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because there were so many people that could have called code red at MSD.
Yeah, reading that report.
Did you mention cameras? Or just vaguely, you did.
I did very vaguely.
Right at the end there, I thought I heard the word cameras. And, we did. And everybody wants more cameras. So talk to me about cameras.
So. Like I said, the Florida Department of Education had that grant, and part of the grant money we want to see if we can get for the locking mechanisms. We put that project in for that money, so we can move a little bit quicker on our camera systems. What we want the new camera system to do to be able to, on any device, allow law enforcement as they respond to look live.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, nothing's live. I mean, it's going to have a few second delay, but it's not going to be a 20-minute delay. Mm-hmm. And so we are moving with that. We have a couple schools right now Mount Pearson and Deltona High School. We have a software packet that we're trying to integrate everything in, so now they can see the 38 schools we currently have live. And so the other schools will be moving forward with that. The camera systems are very old. They're 10, 12 years old, so it's time for us to come back in. They're analog. We want to go digital. Digital makes it easier for us to share with the sheriff, and we're going to get it over to his dispatch center so they can look live at that point in time, and then we'll integrate so their road depths as they go. They can just log in and go.
Yeah. At the end of the month, our real-time crime center is expanding to over 3,000 square feet, and it's my hope that every police department is going to put an analyst in there with us. So not only will we be monitoring all the cameras throughout the county, but we'll have access to what the school has. God forbid, should something happen in real time, they could pull that up and dispatch deputies as they're arriving on scene.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Mr. Superintendent, you good?
That's our first half, and then
I know, but I want to thank the sheriff. I didn't know whether you had to get back on your bicycle. And,
I have a Lake Harney complaint in my office at 12 o'clock. I can hardly wait.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your cooperation, working with Mr. Aiken and all of our guardians, helping us with our training. We are glad you're a partner with us in our school district.
Glad to be here. Congratulations to the newbies.
Right here. Right here.
Congratulations on your chairmanship.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. So. All right, so we're moving in now to the mental wellness plan update.
We're going to play a little musical chairs for just a moment, if you don't mind.
I'm here for support.
Yeah.
I see that. And if you would state your name and your
absolutely.
title. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Amy Hall. I'm your coordinator of student government relations.
Good afternoon. Sigrid Holland, the new mental health specialist with the district.
You welcome. All know Mr. Aiken. We asked Mr. Aiken to stay with us because this really is a joint effort as we go through making sure our schools are safe, not only from a hardening position, but from mental health position as well, mental wellness. So Greg and I have worked very closely together with Fortify Florida, with Sandy Hook, and any of the mental health stuff we're doing, Greg has been a good go-to, as well as my boss. So just want to make sure everyone is up to speed. The mental health plan was something that came out of Senate Bill 7026, and there were four requirements that came out of that legislation. Our plan had to make sure that we address mental wellness, and in terms of what our mental health assessments were going to look like here in Volusia. We had to be sure that we provided evidence-based interventions and treatment plans. It had to address recovery services and coordination plans and making sure those communications were put together with not only within Volusia County Schools, but our outside partners as well. So we brought together to you, the previous board, our plan in July of 2018, and you approved that. Since that time, we've been very busy. So far, we have put together 5 mental health teams, which consist of licensed mental health providers. So they either are a licensed mental health counselor or they are a licensed clinical social worker. Both entities have the opportunity or the permission to Baker Act if they see fit. We have contracted services with HBS, Halifax Behavioral Services, and actually that is coming to the board this evening in a consent agenda item. We also have a contract with Stuart Marchman, as well as ADAPT, and I'm going to talk a little bit about those. With HBS, we are going to be partnering with them for 2 community care coordinators, and they'll be working within our schools and with our teams. With Stuart Marchman, we've contracted with them to provide 2 substance abuse providers, and they'll be working throughout the district. And then with ADAPT, we're very excited about this program. It's already taken off. We will be bringing services, mental health services, every single week to our students at Riverview and at High Banks. So they'll be receiving small group counseling, and it'll be part of their stay within those 2 institutions. We also have started a contract or begun that process with an organization called Spirit, and this will allow us to really start to be able to communicate effectively with our outside agencies and partners and help link families to services within our community. That has been a missing piece for quite some time, and how to track those students and making sure that there's been follow-up and what's happening once they get to those agencies. Spirit will allow us to be able to do that and communicate effectively. We have hired our 2 mental health specialists, and in a moment I'm going to let her introduce herself to you. When we look at these mental health plans, there's so much that goes with mental wellness, but there's a specific category that we're really looking at that. If you look at this pyramid of interventions that we offer our students, we're really looking at targeted school interventions with community support. It's right there in the middle. Because the support of our student services staff, our school counselors, our school social workers, our school psychologists, and our behavioral specialists, it is very important that we continue to have their support, and they are instrumental in the work that we do at the beginning with our students. For those students that need that extra layer of support beyond what those professionals can offer, that's where our mental health teams are going to come in. They're going to provide those mental health assessments. They're going to, in some cases, perform a Baker Act if they feel that that is necessary. They're going to provide counseling where we're unable to get services in the community. And then they're going to continue to link those students and those families to extended services within the community and with our partners. There are going to be times where we really need intensive community interventions. We have our partners. We've begun to strengthen that partnership even further than what we've had in the past, and that's where they're going to be able to step in and provide those intensive communications and strategies for our students. But I do want to start with our mental health specialist, and I'm going to let Moni go ahead and introduce herself and tell you a little bit about her role, and Mr. Richter, who I'm so sorry could not be here today, but he is also one of our specialists. So Moni.
Yeah. So Moni is what I go by. Sorry. I'm part of, this is such a huge initiative and undertaking that has gone on that we have divvied up this between myself and Sean Richter, who has been a part of the school system and the education system for quite a while. I am new to that. I come from community mental health, but my background is in clinical management with individuals with residential, intensive outpatient, and our court programs. So with that, I'm responsible for kind of the clinical care and coordination and expanding and building our partnerships with those outside community entities. So bringing those individuals into the schools, having those services and linking them again to the families and the students. Our other big component that Sean is in charge of, and actually what he's doing today, which is why he couldn't be here, is in charge of facilitating those youth mental health first aid, which we talk about a little bit later, and it's also a huge part of your binders that we provided. But that's a huge undertaking as well, because we have to deliver that facilitation to the entire staff, which is over like 7,000 individuals. So that is what he's doing today. Our mental health team, so Amy talked a little bit about this, but we have those 5 teams. We designated those throughout the district. There are going to be 3 on the east side of the county and 2 on the west side. So those hubs, as we've called them, we designated at, they are 2 middle schools and 3 elementary schools currently. That is including on the east side, Palm Terrace Elementary, Indian River Elementary, and Silver Sands Middle School, and on the west side we have it at Galaxy Middle School and Blue Lake Elementary. We decided those particular areas based on a few different things, one of being the geographical locations, how that kind of worked out, and we could designate them a certain amount of schools per their area. The other component of that was looking at our history of concern of harms over the last years. That data is also in your binders as well. So when we looked at that, we looked at some of the schools that had kind of a higher numbers. That was included, as well as the space available. So that was a concern too, just making sure we had the space for those teams. Because they're going to house our licensed clinicians, so the mental health therapists, the social workers, our school psychs, as well as our Halifax behavioral care coordinators and our Stuart Marchman Act counselors. So our teams are going to be kind of including and encompassing all of those individuals. And our roles and responsibilities, on top of the things that we already talked about in that pyramid that was there, we have our in-school support. So we have our school counselors, we have the behavior analysts, we have all those individuals who are kind of the front line of defense per se. And now we have our staff that's going to be able to come in and provide these substance abuse screenings for those individuals that are identified, the mental health screenings that are there. Also just brief solution-focused therapy for those students that we've identified that we're trying to connect them and link them to the services, but maybe there's a little bit of a disconnect with Medicaid or insurance, all those things. We can provide that additional support in the meantime to get them the services they need, as well as obviously our crisis response. So being able to provide that Baker Act, having it be a less traumatic experience, those individuals that are being Baker Acted, part of the policy is if they are to be transferred by law enforcement, part of that is that they're handcuffed. That's very traumatic on top of the individual already being in a state of crisis. So having our support of one of our mental health team members allows somebody to be there that can therapeutically support them in that process and be there as part of that Baker Act.
The services that our teams are going to be providing is Medicaid reimbursable, so we are working with Debbie Fisher's office to make sure that we can be reimbursed for those services. So we're looking forward to that, to being able to recapture some of the money and perhaps expand those teams to be bigger, or perhaps a 6th team with the reimbursement. In addition, you will find that we will do Baker Acts, which is different from what we've ever done here in Volusia. We've never performed a Baker Act. In fact, what we have done in the past is we have contacted our law enforcement agencies, and they have come out, they evaluate that student, and they go ahead and perform that Baker Act 9 times out of 10. Most of our law enforcement agencies are not mental health trained, and so a lot of times they do that Baker Act to protect the students and to protect themselves and protect the students within the school. But if you have a mental health professional in there that has that background, they can actually perform that mental health assessment and determine whether or not they meet Baker Act criteria. We have partnered with Halifax Behavioral. We're going to use the same screening as Halifax Behavioral Services so that they're actually going to bypass the system. If we find that that student needs to be Baker Acted, we'll use the screener identified by HBS, and they'll kind of skip the line, so to speak, and they'll go faster through the system, and we'll go straight to a physician and not have to be reevaluated once they get to HBS. So we're really excited about the partnership that we have with HBS. We meet with them regularly to make sure that we're all on the same page.
And then some of the training components. So the staff that we have in place that are actually in the hiring process currently, we have identified a variety of trainings that we're wanting to implement for them, and so that they're way more connected to the school. So some would include some of the things that were mentioned previously. So to say something that's already being implemented, the signs of suicide, we're going to go over Baker Acts, the state laws, the state statutes, reviewing that so everybody is very clear in understanding what that looks like, as well as our youth mental health first aid again. And then some of the trauma-informed care, prepare, all of those things that we can get. The more knowledge we can give, the more experience they have, the more support they can provide to our staff and our students.
The team members that are coming in are not education backgrounds, they're mental health backgrounds. So making sure that they have both sides of that coin, not only the mental health piece, but that education, understanding, and jargon that we use is going to be essential for them to be successful. So making sure that there is a thorough training process for these folks, it will make our jobs much easier and make the teams themselves much stronger. Monty alluded earlier about the youth mental health training. This is coming out of Senate Bill 7026 that was specific that all staff, and I've been asked the definition of all staff. All staff receive the training that goes along with youth mental health first aid. Currently, throughout the United States, this is a national training. It's an 8-hour training. In the state of Florida, they are doing a pilot program, and they have actually whittled that down to 6 hours. But it's 6 intensive hours of a small group training. The maximum number of participants that we can have in a training is 30. So when you think about the number of staff that we have here in Volusia, think of all of our clerical, all of our teachers, all of our administrators, all of our bus drivers, all of our paras, all staff. Divide by 30. That's how many workshops that we have to do. And consider them, they're a full day workshop. So the number of workshops, we're looking at over 300 workshops. We can do a workshop every single day for over a year, and I'm still not going to get to where we need to be. So there's a lot that has to happen. That is why we have Sean, and Sean is our lead trainer. We do have about 12 people within the district that are trainers, but that's on top of the jobs that they currently have. Right now, we have already trained 425 staff members since November. We've been very fast with this. It took a while for us to become trainers, and that was really not a holdup on our part. It was a holdup by the state of Florida. They did pay for us to become trainers. That was 3 days of intensive training for us to become trainers. And since then, we've hit the ground running since the first week of November, and we've trained 425 already. We have trainings every single week, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week. And we're really, at this point, we're targeting specific role groups. We haven't rolled this out to teachers yet. We're going to work with VTO to figure out how we're to best meet this need. But our school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, our district administrative teams have gone through this, IS. Superintendent's cabinet is going through it on Tuesday. Our school administrators, our TOAs, our guardians, athletic directors, and our school nurses are next on that rotation, and they should be done before spring break. So we're being very swift in our action. And part of that is because the importance that goes along with this training. This is how you identify students that are in distress. This is what you would do if those students need services. How do you help link them to services? So as we have teachers and administrators and paras that are they are the forefront of this fight, and they are the ones that work specifically with our students, we have to make sure they are trained. We are also partnering with Stuart Marchman, and we are going to be offering these trainings within the community because we feel that it's important that not only does school officials have that training, but our community members, people that are coaches, people that work with students at the YMCA, this training will also go towards adults as well. So we are working with SMA to offer some trainings in the evenings and in the summer that will provide opportunities for business folks. I do want to highlight our community partnerships because, to be honest, it takes a village, and we could not do this without them. And over the last couple of months, and I'm going to address the elephant in the room, there was a lot of scrutiny of whether or not we talked with our community agencies. And a lot of that fell on my shoulders in terms of my relationship with them, and I've really worked to strengthen that. And I'm very proud of the relationship we've been able to form over the last 6 months. We have a very strong relationship now with HBS. They continue to be a partner with us. We invited them, and they participated in the FADS workshop that happened in Orlando. We probably meet with him once a month. With SMA, we have a very strong relationship with SMA, and we're working hand in hand as we develop these roles with their substance abuse providers. With ADAPT, I couldn't be more thrilled about offering counseling for students that are going through alternative programs. To me, these are students that are already in crisis, and not only do they have a consequence, but we need to make sure that we're sending them back to the schools with the skills that they need and to be successful within our schools. We have Devereaux, Children's Home Society, and then Chrysalis. All of them perform in some way, shape, or form school-based mental health services within our community and within our schools. That doesn't necessarily mean there are not other agencies that we're partnering with. We are partnering with all types of agencies, but these are the ones that right now that we have a memorandum of agreement with. Our Spirit partnership, I alluded to this earlier, and this is really going to help us with our communication. Right now, if I send a student to Halifax Behavioral, the only way I know if they arrived is if I call the parent and the parent tells me yes or no and they answer the phone, or if HBS will talk to me, if I have a release. Sometimes I refer a family to Spirit or to a mental health agency, and I don't know if they return. I don't know if they get that evaluation. I don't know if they followed up with their appointment. The Spirit platform will allow us that opportunity for everybody to be on the same page. Our providers will have access to the Spirit platform. We will have access. So if there is an incident where I need to refer Moni because she has issues with anxiety, I would put her name into the system with her information, and then our providers would be able to go in and contact Moni and say, you meet our criteria for enrollment within our program, and we're gonna set you up for this appointment. I then, as the counselor or the school, could go in, see, did Moni attend her appointment? What is her treatment plan? Maybe there's an issue at school and I need to make sure her therapist is aware of what's happening. I can put that note into the system and I can see when that's been read by the therapist. So it just helps to link that communication. You'll be hearing that'll be coming through a consent agenda item for the Spirit program, and we're looking to launch that sometime in June. Mr. Aiken alluded earlier about the Sandy Hook Promise. We have partnered with Sandy Hook, and we're very excited about the program we've been able to bring forward. Our administrators, our school bus drivers, our after-school care workers, all of our student services staff attended something called Say Something. This is a program that has been phenomenal throughout the United States. We have brought it to these teams, and we'll be bringing it to students hopefully in the very near future. We are meeting with Sandy Hook Promise next week to solidify those dates for trainings for our middle school staff and our high school staff, as well as our students. The signs of suicide training, all of our student services staff members have gone through that training. They went through it in September, and that just helps to solidify and help them to understand the things that they should be working or looking for as they work with students. And then, as Mr. Aiken alluded earlier, in the summer we're going to be taking our threat assessment teams, which are our teams of school-based administrators, student services professionals that come together to address the individual needs of our students, not only from a safety and security perspective, but from a mental health perspective. We'll be taking those teams through a full day kind of workshop that's going to say, what are some of the best practices? What's working at your school? What's not? Some best practice in terms of how do you address a student who is depressed or has had a history of cutting. And sadly, those are things that we have to have conversations about. We lose students quite often, unfortunately, to suicide, and that's something that we want to make sure that we're continuing to have those conversations. Finally, in terms of work that we've been doing, we're partnering with Focus, which is going to be our new student information system, to help, again, bridge those lines of communication. Right now, if a student has a concern of harm, which is in your booklet, is some information about our numbers for concern of harms, the only people that really know that are school counselors and our school administrators. There is no alert to a teacher or anything like that. And part of that is to protect their own identity. But it is important for us to kind of make sure that we are vigilant as teachers. So through Focus, we are going to work on a wellness evaluation system. Through this platform, schools will be able to put in a concern. I am concerned about Amy Hall. That'll alert our team and activate that team to come out, perform a wellness evaluation, and then determine the next appropriate steps for those students. All of our mental health evaluation forms will be housed within Focus, so we'll be able to kind of continue to track them. So if we have turnover, we'll be able to track that information and make sure we have our accurate data. Baker Act information and handle with care alerts. So as I indicated earlier, there's no way for you to know that a student has been in distress. But with the new Focus system, there's going to be an icon that shows up on the student's page. So as a teacher's calling attendance and all of a sudden they see for Amy Hall a symbol, a triangle with an exclamation point, that means something has happened in this student's life. It could be as simple as the student was witness to a shooting. There was a domestic violence situation in the evening. There could have been a mental health concern as there was an evaluation. It could be that there is a variety of mental health concerns, or just something that says handle with care. This student needs to be handled with care. So if I am a teacher and I see that handle with care symbol, and it's green means I haven't had one for quite some time. Yellow means I've had one in the last 6 months, and red means I've had one very recently. So it kind of color coordinates. It's going to allow a teacher to say, something's off with Amy Hall today. I see this handle with care, and all of a sudden her head is down, she's not engaging, she's very angry, and that should alert me, and this is going to be through training, to go back and talk with my school counselor and say, I'm a little worried about Amy, can you talk with her? Teachers are very busy, but having that little symbol just makes you raise your eyebrow and just keep an eye on that person. It doesn't always mean a mental health concern. It could be a domestic violence situation. It just means keep your eye on this one for just a little while. After a while, that goes away, that alert goes away, and we will continue to do business as normal. We are excited to have our Community Mental Wellness Forum. This will be the first of what we hope to be an annual forum. And the idea behind this is just have conversations. For so long, people kind of whisper about, oh, we're seeing a therapist, or my child has this. And we really want to really start having the hard conversations about signs of suicide, to how do you deal with anxiety? What are the mental health resources in our community? How do you help a student that is drooling all the time? I don't know what to do. How do you help my student who is obsessed with gaming and I can't get him away? He's truly addicted. What we're hoping to do is to have this community mental health forum where we're going to have vendors there where parents can freely walk up and gather information, but also have a question and answer opportunity and have a speaker as well. We hope to have one on the west side and the east side, and to do these a couple times during the year so that we can gather and collect as many of our families and give them the information that they need. That kind of gives you an overview of what we've been working on. We still have a lot of work to do. It's going to be a work in progress. As earlier was noted, that in legislation we're hoping that perhaps we will see additional funding coming through, not only to safeguard our schools physically, but to safeguard our students when it comes to mental wellness. So if we have that, we'll see more teams, hopefully.
Thank you. You both have been very busy. And to you, Monty, is that what you like to be called?
Monty.
Monty.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. We appreciate you joining our team. Ms. Wright, I believe, had a question or comment.
Yeah, I got a couple quick questions. We're still hiring. How many people are we still hiring?
We currently have one position open for a mental health therapist, so someone that is licensed, one position open for social work, and 3 positions open for school psychologists. We have had applicants that meet the criteria, but we're really looking for something a little bit more specific. We'd like to see someone that's bilingual. So we're advertising one more time. Again, this will be our 3rd round for our mental health licensed folks, and then one more time for our social workers. Our school psychologists, there's a shortage. We are coming to the table a little bit late in terms of advertisements. So anytime you advertise in the middle of the year, it's hard to pull people in. So we're hoping that we can pick up the remaining 3 psychologists at the conclusion of the school year.
Okay. And so I know we went from 4, because initially our plan was from 4 to 5, because we wanted one in every district. However, I'm a little concerned because I hear that we hired someone internally, and we discussed, I think, in length not to hire someone internally for any of these positions. So why did we do that?
For what position? Sean, we moved into, there's some special circumstances that went along with that.
It was an I can fill you in.
Okay, because not only that, but look at the salary. We only were supposed to have one person at that rate, and I think that should have came back before this board before we did it.
Yeah.
Because we told everyone, I think, and I think, Madam Chair, you were kind of adamant, because that becomes an issue for principals pulling their guidance counselors. I do have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Sean was in a capacity as a TOA, so.
But that was not our discussion at this board, and that is not what we voted on. And so I just want to know, I do have a problem with that. And I'll talk with the superintendent off record. But thank you for everything that you're doing. And one of the reasons I really want to have this is because in our district, we've had some issues to arise that I think it was very important that our students had someone, or even our faculty and staff had someone that they could. So have we deployed the people that we have hired, and what are the rotations?
So if you don't mind, in your book, what we put together some information just for you to have. There is a copy of the mental health plan so that you can read through it in your leisure. But if you look to tab number 3, you're going to see our mental health teams. And what we did is these particular hubs will have a mental health provider, a social worker, and a school psychologist as well. And they will be responsible for certain schools that they will go out to. We have already been putting, although some of our team members are still caught up in the HR process, those that are in place, we've been able to go ahead and utilize and send out to schools when they are needed.
So we will have team 1 and 4 in place for 2019. They will run from August to May. Team 2 will run from September to June, and Team 3, July to April. So where would Team 5 fill in this rotation?
We had to do some adjustments when we added the 5th team. So our teams will go through, the bulk of our team will go through from August until May, and then we have team members that are on through July and August as well. June and July.
And all of them are 11 months, correct?
They're 10 months, the majority with a couple of them as 11.
So then my next question, initially all of them were supposed to be 11, am I correct?
No, they were all going to be 10 where we are rotating. Okay. Yes.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. And Superintendent will get back with you on that one issue there. Okay, thank you.
I would like to be informed too.
Hold on, Ms. Haynes, and then we'll go to Ms. Cuthbert.
So my first question is, and thank you for being here and welcome, the 5 sites that were chosen. So I went ahead, because you said the harm records were at the back, and I went ahead and flipped over and started looking at that. So how did you choose the 5 locations? Because some of those have minimal numbers. And so what made you choose that location over choosing a site that already has higher numbers, which I would have thought maybe you'd want to put the team at a site that had higher numbers?
It came down to three I guess, criteria. One was, what was the space available? We tried several schools, and there just was not space available to house the team. So it came down to office space. The schools that were able to provide office space, sometimes it was not conducive to counseling, where you can have opportunity for private conversations. So we had to move past some of that. Atlantic High School was one of those. They offered space, but it just wasn't what we needed. So one was availability. Could you house us? Two was proximity to that particular school and where they are in relation to the ones that that team will be servicing. So we looked at that. And then the third is that we looked at the numbers, our concern of harms. Ultimately, we would have loved to have our highest schools have the teams, but a lot of them could not house us. It really comes down to space. That was the hardest piece, is space.
Okay, thank you.
Is any other questions, Ms. Haynes?
Well, I hear the criteria and I understand why. It's just when and I didn't look just at my area, I looked at the other areas. I'm also looking at driving distance time when you place them, and I'm going to use your area for
That's
a moment.
Fine. I understand.
When you select Indian River, and it had a very small number, and yet it's basically the furthest point south on the east side, and yet there's some very large numbers in that district. And so to get to a school with very large numbers, there's a lot of driving time in there. So I hear, why and how you looked, but I am concerned then that the sites that have the largest numbers of harm, how quickly is someone going to get to those sites? And it's even within my area. You selected an elementary school, Blue Lake, in my area, and yet there's an elementary school not far from there that has the largest numbers in mine.
And it really came down to what someone could give us in terms of office space. Sometimes that's a very hot commodity, as you all know, and we needed a portable, or we needed a classroom, or we needed something. And remember, it's not just one person, it's a team. So we couldn't just do one small office. We needed either a portable or an entire classroom to house sometimes 4 to 5 people in there. So it may have been easier if I said, could I have one office? But many of them just said, I can't accommodate you. These are the folks that said, I can accommodate, I have an extra portable, I have a classroom that's not being used. And so that's why we chose them. So what I will tell you is this. These teams, none of these schools will go without. Having a hub doesn't necessarily mean that's where they're going to be all the time. My anticipation is they're out and about quite often, that they're on a rotation where they're at these schools and they'll be available by cell phone to respond if a need arises. Sometimes that response will take one person, sometimes it may take an entire team, depending on what's going on. But very rarely should they be sitting in their office. If they're sitting in their office, they're not seeing students. And then we're wasting money, and that's not where they should be. 2, this is just the beginning. If we find at the end of the year or after a significant amount of time that this is not working, that we really need to, let's say, I'm going to use Linda's area, all of our calls are coming from New Smyrna High, it just makes sense to have them there, then we'll go back to that principle and say, okay, now that this is the beginning of a new school year, you're doing classroom assignments, is there a way for you to work us in? When we came to them mid-year, assignments had already been made. People had already stated their claim in their classrooms, so there wasn't an opportunity to bump somebody out.
Thank you. Ms. Cuthbert had a follow-up, I believe, question.
To help Mrs. Haynes, the distance between Indian River and New Smyrna High is 5 miles, and it's very easily accessible by road. My concern is similar to hers too, because under Indian River Hub, you also have all the high
frequent flyers.
Yes, frequent flyers. There you go. And of course, they're all over the county. Mm-hmm. So, is it because? And also, the Southeast Volusia is highest suicide rate. I mean, we just had another one not too long ago, a 9th grader. Mm-hmm. So, how does that work? I mean, frequently.
If you'll notice that in that particular team, they have the smaller amount of schools in terms of our actual schools. And then our charter schools and our alternative schools are smaller numbers. So they actually will have a smaller caseload, so to speak, realizing that, yes, their travel time may be more. And then 2, that there is a higher need right now in the southeast quadrant of our community. Do I think that these are enough teams? I do not. I think it is what we have right now and what we can afford to do. My hope is that with additional legislation and funding coming our way, we can have additional teams. But it is what we have. And I do think it's a good plan. But I think I honestly think each one of our schools could use a mental health therapist, but I'm a little biased.
Okay. And I have one more question, and it's a question I've raised before. I do know that a lot of our elementary schools are larger, and they're getting larger. Quite a few of them, for example, Cypress Creek Elementary in my district is very overcrowded, but it only has one guidance counselor. What are we doing to help support the guidance counselors at those schools in order, because when you have mental health as well as bullying and parents who are, there's always going to be trouble, but that guidance counselor can only do so much in that person's work day. So what are we doing to help support that guidance counselor?
A couple of things. When I look at mental wellness, and I try very hard not to say mental health, because I really believe this is about mental wellness, and it has to come from a pronged approach. That first layer has to be that social emotional learning curriculum and training, not only for staff but for our students, giving them the skills that they need to be successful, how to problem solve, how to de-escalate their emotions, how to get along with others, all those key strategies that our students sadly are not coming to the table with. So we have to make sure, and we are doing a very strong focus and a very strong push with social emotional learning. So that's the underlying, to me, that's that foundation. From there, with our school counselors, is looking at support systems for them, continuing to help them and train them, but they can then, hopefully, as the students have those skills, they'll be able to really center in on the students that need a little bit more than what everyone else is getting. So those kids right in the middle, that tier 2. We are struggling for school counselors. I'm going to be honest. We have several openings right now in school counselors. Some of them we've had to fill with SEL TOAs just to have someone that can continue to work with our students. But in the state of Florida, we are struggling for school counselors. So I do worry about that. I think our district, many years ago, we saw a really sharp cut to school counseling. Mr. Russell has worked to make sure we get that back in our school counselors. So we have a school counselor in every single one of our schools. There is legislation out there that talks about additional school counselings per capita. So the number of students at each school would determine the number of counselors that you have. Our elementary ratios are steep. Our middle and high are within, they're not great, but they're within a reasonable range. Do I think that it could be better? Yes. But you're right, our elementary, it's steep. Some of them are 1 to 1,000. But if Mr. Russell said right now, I have money for you, hire 2 for every school, I'm going to struggle. I won't be able to fill those spots. So we really have to rely on that social emotional learning, and we're doing that with some of our SEL TOAs. We have that some of our elementary schools that statistically have struggled, that have high concern of harms, that have high discipline issues. We've been able to put in SEL TOAs, and that's helped support some of those counselors. That's in addition to the school counselor.
Do each of the elementary schools have an ESE administrator or someone who's in, I know high schools and middle schools do, but I don't know if elementaries do.
They do not.
They do not. Okay, is it possible to have one of their administrators identified, or their TOAs? I know there's some TOAs like at South Daytona who are more, that could help support that system you're talking about? Or help?
Are you directing that to Mr. Russell?
Well, or both. It's just, I'm just trying to figure out
Mr.
how
Russell,
we can help support.
In terms of administrative assistants at the elementary schools for ESE students, we do have some TOAs there, and several of our schools that are larger have a second assistant principal as well. You know, for instance, South Daytona has a principal, 2 assistant principals, and a TOA.
And I will also mention that under this legislation, it talks specifically about our threat assessment teams, which are made up of our school administrators, our school counselor, a teacher, social work, and psych. Those teams convene every time that there is a concern for a student, whether it's a mental wellness concern or a physical concern. And that is actually dictated by statute. So when we talked earlier about Sandy Hook coming in and working with those teams about best practices and what are we doing, that is those teams. So that is that layer of support that helps those school counselors. So the school counselor is going to be that first layer. Really, honestly, that first layer is SEL instruction, which our teachers are now embracing and they're incorporating into their classroom. Then our school counselors, then our teams, our threat assessment teams. From there, our mental health teams, and then our community providers.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Colon.
So I was glad to see that you said that we have the ability to bill for some of these services. And so have we looked at a provider on the background? Because what you're going to find is a lot of these kids were on Healthy Kids at some point and are no longer on Healthy Kids. And so what I do know about Healthy Kids is they'll retro pay. And so have we looked at a provider who can help us identify who these students are to keep them insured so we can provide these services and be reimbursed for them?
So a lot of what we run into when a student is maybe eligible for Medicaid or Healthy Kids is the red tape that goes along with it, filling out the application. It's a little bit daunting, and some of our families just say, well, I'm not doing this. So we are working with a provider right now to look at the possibility of writing a grant that would bring on a specialist that would help families cut through the red tape and say, do this, this, and this, and I'm going to help you get to the Medicaid or to the Healthy Kids or whatever it might be. So that is Chrysalis that we've had that conversation with. So if that comes to fruition, we'll see more families get into that, and then we'll be able to bill out those. But you're right, we run into a lot of situations where these families would qualify, but they just haven't gone through the process, and some of it is it's just so daunting, or they don't understand, or they think this is going to stigmatize them in some way, or it's the reading level of the packet. It's a big packet.
Is there a way to make that a condition for service? And so we would not provide the service, but because it is available and we are going to have, let's say, the social worker meet with this child once a week, let's say, that be added to it if they are eligible?
I don't know if legally we would be allowed to do that, to force somebody and withhold services if they don't. That would be something I can explore with legal counsel and make sure that's something that we can do. But I certainly think that we can help to paint a picture of why this would be important for them to do this and how we can help them do it. We ourselves, though, I'm going to be honest, need help, and how do we help them? And that's where Chrysalis is going to come on board if we can get this grant. And that person will be a Chrysalis employee, but we'll be working with Volusia County Schools to help the families.
Perfect. You mentioned cultural diversity, and I'm looking at the names here, and in the absence of someone who's married, I don't see many Latinos on here. And so in my district, who is highly Latino, that's very concerning to me. And we know that there are cultural differences in ways that, we handle things. And so I think that's something I would encourage you to continue to look at. Now, having worked in an emergency room for a long time, I know what happens when somebody is told you are Baker acted. And there is that very moment of, I am losing the control that makes them lose control. Right. And so have we developed policies around when that social worker makes that decision, who is going to be present, how is that going to look? Because, when that child is told you are coming and you no longer have the right to go to the bathroom without someone watching you while you're here, that's when they lose it. And I've seen it hundreds of times. And so I just want to encourage you to have that sort of policy. And then the other part is sooner than later, and I don't need an answer on that, just something I encourage you to do. And also, when will we be able to attend these trainings, if we could be made available, because I'd like to see what we are, we are part of the all.
You are part of the all.
And so the sooner the better.
Sure.
If we can have dates. Thank you.
It's the next board meeting starts after the board meeting for 6 hours. I'm joking.
Well, we could start at 6 a.m. like we do our inspections.
6 a.m., that's right.
So let me answer a couple of your questions. You're right. Currently, we've had not one Hispanic or Latino apply for the position. We've been waiting, we've been hoping, and that's why we continue to apply, to re-advertise for that position. We have specifically put on there, we're looking for bilingual, we're trying to pull them in, but nobody has applied. So we're going to re-advertise one more time.
So I have a suggestion. If you go on the Florida, so it's MQA, so Medical Quality Assurance, we can actually pull data for all, and it's available. All licensed social workers who live in Volusia and Seminole, I'd even probably say Flagler as well, probably Volusia, Seminole, and And you can scout that list for the Hernandez, Rodriguez, Rivera's, and maybe we make a direct attempt. And so we can take this offline. It's
Sure.
just,
We
you
can
know,
look at
I'm
that.
saying it's just something more deliberate and aimed at that diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of our criteria for Baker Act, yes, that's something we have looked at. Our first attempt is to really connect with that parent and to try to engage the parent to come out and to transport that student themselves. We don't want to put students in handcuffs. It's very traumatic. It sends them into a tailspin, like you said. So our first line of defense is engaging with the families, and hopefully a lot of our families will transport. For those that can't or refuse to, or the student is such immediate and imminent danger, we are going to have to rely on law enforcement. We would not make any decision to that student or divulge that you're being Baker Act until law enforcement was in place and ready to transport. And that's a practice we have right now. When we tell them we're calling law enforcement, they freak, and we've had bolters, they bolt. And so we no longer do that. We've learned the ways of how to make sure that we can finesse this where the student feels safe and comfortable, and we then talk through the whole process. They are going to put handcuffs on you. I know this is scary. We're going to do this between classes, where I'm going to walk out with you. And depending on the age of the student, we try to make this as less traumatic as possible. But it is traumatic. It's very traumatic.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. I want to stay on the Baker Act just for a minute. So it sounds like this new process of determining whether the child is whether the child meets the criteria to be Baker Acted, it seems like that will likely reduce the number of students who go that route. And then it also seems like the students that are Baker Acted will get their services quicker because you're bypassing that intake step.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So those are all positives,
Yes.
I would say. You mentioned the 6-hour training, and Mr. Cologne did too, and I was going to say that too. I feel like my mental wellness is slipping by the hour here. But let me ask you, 6 hours is a long time, and so when do you do this for these people? I mean, I know you said you haven't started with teachers yet.
We have not started with teachers.
So my mind's thinking, is that substitutes for all these people, or are you doing
what
it on
I'd like
Saturdays,
to see us do, and I'm hoping legislation will help, is to put some of this onus on the teacher. Right now, you're required to have so many professional development hours in ESE. And I'd like to say that this is similar, and that is up to the teacher by the time they have to recertify to acquire those hours. We set up opportunities, but it's for the teacher to get it. Sometimes it's in the evening, sometimes in the summer, sometimes it's during the school year.
I see.
But that's how I envision it happening, where we put the onus on the teacher to that this is an allotment of hours that you have to get in order to recertify. We'll need the help of Florida DOE to help with that. I don't know how we can pull this many teachers, or even we don't have the manpower, because you can only do 30 in a session, to do one school at a time. Because the thought was we'll do it during pre-planning. Well, we have 60-something schools. We don't have that many trainers.
Right. Thank you. And I think the last question I had was the item handle with care alerts. You mentioned that everyone would be aware of that information, like the teacher that took the attendance. You said we had that little icon. And then so I'm thinking, beyond that teacher, who else would be aware of that?
Anybody that could go into the student's platform, and so it could be attendance clerk, it could be the nurse. They'll see that, and that there'll be a training piece. But handle care could be this child's been bullied. This child was the witness to a domestic violence. There's been a mental wellness issue. Anything that just says treat the student with a little extra TLC, and if you see something, you need to bring it to the attention of a school counselor or administrator.
Thank you. So then at secondary school, then all 7 of the teachers would be aware. And at elementary school, like how could we inform not just the elementary second grade teacher, let's say, but the art teacher, the music teacher, the physical education teacher?
They would still have access to that student's platform. And so they'll be able to go in, and if they saw something, or I don't know how they take attendance now, if they'll be taking attendance that way, and Josh will be up here in a little bit. He could tell you specifically how
because they don't take that.
They should be taking attendance. A PE teacher or art should be taking attendance when that class comes in, and so they should be into the system and should be able to see it. Yeah. But if I don't do that, and let's say they don't, if I see that the child's just a little bit off today and Johnny looks very sad, I can easily log in and say, I wonder if there is a little handle with care.
Yeah, so that would take some training.
Yes, it is going to be a big training piece.
System. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, any other comments, questions from the board? Ms. Wright? Yes.
How many trainers did you say we have in the district?
We have about 12 right now, but keep in mind that many of them have their own roles and jobs that they're responsible for, but we have one that's exclusive, and that's Sean. That's his predominant role, is to do trainings.
Ms. Wright, any further questions? Anyone else? All right, then we thank you both very much, and look forward to this continuing process of rolling out our mental wellness programs here in Volusia County. Board members, it's about 12:52. I suggest, if it's all right with you all, we take a little break, and we have 2 more items to go. So you can see our first workshop is running about an hour behind, but that's the way it is. So let's say we come back at how about 5 minutes after 1:05. We will reconvene 1:05.
Me with, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at DeLand Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that are provided to you. They are there. You can get through school doing the minimal and you can get through, but take advantage of it. A lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. I thought I was going to be in journalism or a writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
Going to our families. Over 2,000 of our families, 10,000 of our students are going to be impacted by this, and we couldn't do it without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
you.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
As you can see, this is the JRTC Deltona Wolves Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans, and we do hope that, for example, these guys that have been passing out the horns, we'd love to just raise the spirits of everybody on Veterans Day.
Hoorah! There we go! How motivated, dedicated are you? All right, dedicated. You check out. You check out. Oh! 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 Hoorah! Hoorah!
I spent my time with underwater demolition SEAL teams in the Navy. I guess most people say I'm a pretty tough guy, but when it comes to seeing the way these young men and women are honoring our veterans, it just brings tears to my eyes. So I'm so encouraged by it all.
CAT scan and 3D printed bone structure for the doctor.
It's a great opportunity for our schools and our teachers and students to kind of network with some of the local manufacturers. They get an opportunity to go around and see what our local manufacturing industry produces, what we make here, and it also gives the manufacturers an opportunity to see what our students are doing in the area of STEM education and robotics and so forth.
Start!
Pine Ridge students in the Manufacturing Academy will produce state motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productively on their own time, in their own space.
It's really flexible. You know, you can really do it at home, do it at school. It's easier. You can work at your own pace sometimes, and you can really get things done.
They have access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
Right.
I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity. It's a team effort, and I think my skills and my abilities will fit in well at Deltona Lakes Elementary.
Slow down, guys. Slow. Thank you.
I know there's a need for safety and security, and I thought that based on my background and my experience working with kids, I would be a good fit to fill that role.
Morning, guys.
That's what I try to do every day, is greet everybody, give them the greeting, good morning, good afternoon, whenever it may be that I see them, and just set them up for success for the rest of the day, because what you put out there comes back. So if I put out positive, then I'm going to get positive in return.
Good morning, buddy.
I want all the kids that I come across to understand that they do have an opportunity, and they have to take advantage of the opportunity, which is education, and take it on to middle school, high school, and all the way to college. Just stressing the importance of education while keeping an eye on them and making sure that they're in a safe environment.
Yes. I'd like to get our meeting started. Once again, our budget workshop.
Katie, I'm going to sit this right here.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with our morning workshop. Now it's the afternoon workshop. And the item is 4.01, Palm Terrace Elementary external operators, and we have 3 people before us, and if each of you would identify yourselves before you begin speaking, that would be most helpful to our listeners through the internet. So,
absolutely.
Yes.
Teresa Marks, Chief Academic Officer. Good afternoon, Chairman Persis, board members, Superintendent Russell. I'd like to introduce the people who will be doing this, presenting this presentation. Dr. Katie Dyer, our coordinator for professional learning and school improvement. She is our school improvement contact. And then Rachel Hazel, executive director for K-12 curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. And who would like to begin?
That would be me.
Okay.
I am one of my primary roles is as a liaison with the state to make sure that we are doing all of the compliance work that we need to and meeting all the requirements for the differentiated accountability statutes and rules, and making those processes work to really see true school improvements in our schools. So it is in that capacity that I am talking to you now. And the school that we are looking at and talking about today is Palm Terrace. And I think probably most of you have seen the article that came out in the News Journal.
Hold this mic a little closer. Yeah.
Sorry. I think you've probably seen the article that came out in the News Journal about Palm Terrace and our consideration of an external operator there. And I felt like that was an article that really portrayed the situation accurately. We do have to come up with some kind of a game plan in the event that the school does not improve to a C or better, but we really do feel like the school is on track to improve and that we are doing everything there. Principal Harris is working very hard, and that we really are seeing the conditions there that are a supportive learning environment. So, but nevertheless, our state calls upon us to make a plan B. So we, with the next slide, you see the school grade history and why we are where we are. And what I want you to see here is that the issues got pronounced for Palm Terrace when we transferred from the FCAT to the FSA. That was really when the scores began to drop. And the school right now is in their second year of what's called district managed turnaround. And when a school is in turnaround, the statute says that the turnaround cycle, the type of turnaround that the school is trying, you can only do those every 2 years. So we have to choose something new. If you look at the next slide, you can see laid out what the statute is. It's 1008.22. And I want to draw your attention to the numbers of the options that are available. The options that remain for us after district managed turnaround are reassigning the students to another school, closing the school and reopening as a charter, or number 3, contracting with an outside entity called an external operator. And just to bring this to your attention, all of the 9 districts who currently have schools in this situation, and there are 14 schools in the state in this situation this year, they chose external operator. So that's just some context. And then we put this to a vote for the stakeholders of Palm Terrace. We showed them these options, and their very first choice was, please can we extend and have another year of district managed turnaround. We feel that things are going well. Present circumstances, Principal Tucker Harris is doing a great job. Let's first ask for an extension. So that is what we did first, but they said if that does not succeed, our second choice is for the external operator, and it was an 88% majority that chose that option. If you look at the timeline, basically in September was when we knew that we had to consider another type of turnaround on the horizon for planning for 1920. So the superintendent briefed all of you. Then in October, and as well as the principal, in October we met with, we explained this to them. We had them take a survey. We got their input, and that's when we submitted to the state what our option would be. We told the state that we were first going to apply for an extension to the district managed turnaround, and then we would, if that did not succeed, we would ask for the external operator. So November we waited, December we waited. Meanwhile, we also got a visit from Chancellor Herschel Lyons, and that visit went very well. He had a very favorable impression of the school. We shared with him the progress the school was making at student achievement data. And so we were surprised when on January 2nd we received our denial of the extension request, but nevertheless we were prepared to move forward. And so we sent out a questionnaire to vendors that we had received. We got a list of vendors from the state back in December of all of those currently who have contracts with other districts in the state of Florida. We sent out reference checks to the districts currently working with them, and we interviewed 3 of them yesterday. And so we'll be making a recommendation based on how those interviews went to the superintendent, and then he'll make his recommendation to you at the January 29th board meeting. And then between basically February and May, we will work with the different district departments and you to iron out a contract that seems acceptable. So, and that's due May 1st. Then in July is when we'll actually find out whether Palm Terrace, what their school grade is, so which situation we're in. And we have an option A, option B to the contract that I'll address in a minute. And then in August, if there are any revisions to the contract necessary, we'll do that. So just a little bit about what an external operator is. This is the name given to describe the partnership that exists between the district and an outside consultant supporting school turnaround. And I think there's been some, in the early stages when the state had this process, I do think agencies came in as a, like it was perceived as a takeover. It's not that. When you look at what they do, and you can see some of those, the scope of their contract on this slide, they are not coming in like a charter taking over all the operations of the school. Their sphere of influence is really limited to teaching and learning. Not that that isn't the main thing, but it isn't the same thing as a charter. So when you look at what the state requires for an external operator, it's really that they have a successful record in turning around schools, and that's why when we went to look for vendors, we wanted a vendor that was currently working with other districts in the state of Florida doing this work, so we would know that they knew what they were doing and that they had a track record here in Florida. And both the district and the external operator work together to ensure that the principal, the school leadership team, and the teachers are effective, that they have successful turnaround records. And just like with our, just like with Palm Terrace now, we can't have any teachers who are unsatisfactory. So we have to have only effective and highly effective staff. So that's not different. And then the scope focuses on their plans for curriculum instruction, assessments, progress monitoring, professional development, school improvement, and staffing is more of a recommendation from them. So I mentioned earlier there would be 2 scenarios, and basically this is option A. If Palm Terrace is a D or an F when it comes to their school grade, then the external operator would work solely with that school, and then upon improving to a C or better, the contract would, the support of Palm Terrace comes solely back to the district. And option B is for if Palm Terrace receives a C or better, and in that case, the external operator could support a selected group of Volusia schools, and Palm Terrace could be one of those schools. So basically, there's legwork that has to be done in the spring by the external operator in terms of needs assessment and training and finding out exactly just what the work will be for next year. And that legwork is an investment. So we have to determine if we want to take that investment and then put it into some type of option B contract if the school is a C or better, or if we just want to say, you know, we've done this needs assessment work, we've spent the money on this, and thank you very much. We don't need you next year. So we'll have to make that determination at some point. So the selection process is laid out for you on the next slide. I think basically I went over that earlier. And we did have 3 proposals submitted to us. One was from Learning Sciences International, another was from TNTP, and then another was submitted by MGT, and they contract with Centerpoint. So it's 3 submissions. And I have for you on the next slides just an idea of what each external operator proposed. And if you look at TNTP's, you can see that the type of things that they're proposing, you know, building knowledge on standards, tools, materials, providing professional learning, helping create a positive learning environment, developing model classrooms. This is the work that we do in school improvement right now with our school improvement department. So there's nothing earth-shattering here, but this would just be a very concentrated work in conjunction with an outside group at the school. And the cost for option A here for just Palm Terrace is $519,000. And option B, and this would be just working with Palm Terrace, is $287,000. If you look at the LSI contract, you can see that there's a lot of similarity between the things that they propose and what TNTP proposes. And this was the most prescriptive of all of the vendors. They clearly have a way that they like to do things and a way that they feel works for them. And it might be customizable, but that wasn't the focus of their explanation or proposal yesterday. And their cost is substantially greater. It is $768,000, and then their option B, that is only for Palm Terrace, that's $342,000. And then if you go to the MGT Centerpoint contract, again, you see similar things to what the others offer. And their contract is $542,000 for option A, and then option B is $184,000 for strictly working with Palm Terrace, and then $26,000 for each additional school. For instance, like if this year we had them also working with Westside and Champion, our other 2 single D schools, or if we wanted to look at some of our C schools where we would like to provide more support. This is a group who could help us complement the support that we're currently giving. So that's a little bit of background.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Dyer, I appreciate that very, very much. Very short, too, and we like that.
I tried my best.
We like that. All right, so board members, we'll begin with Mr. Colon.
So I'm looking at slide number 8, and it talks about the role of the external operator and what they do. So I'm going to ask this question of our very own district, because if we do find ourselves having to go with an external operator, I'd like us to understand why. And so and I don't know the answer to these questions. I really, truly don't. But do the principal and the team that we have at Palm Terrace have successful turnaround records right now?
Yes. Principal Harris, if you look at his student achievement record, most recently with Ormond Beach Elementary, had tremendous gains. And also Paul Struska, his assistant principal, had good gains at the schools that he's been in here in Volusia, and then also prior to that in Duval. Okay. So, yes.
And are all of our teachers, so I asked this question yesterday, and so have we filled every single instructional position at Palm Terrace, not with a substitute, but with a certified teacher, and meaning we have no vacancies whatsoever? Has that already taken place, or do we still have any openings there?
I spoke with Principal Harris yesterday and asked him if he needed any further support filling vacancies. And right now he does have subs working in 3 positions, I believe. 2. 2?
Because he just texted me. I can answer that question.
and he's happy with them.
Mr. Russell, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
He has one substitute long-term sub that is a retired teacher in that classroom. The second position he has is a second grade teacher that has not passed the exam, and he's asked that we not tinker with that. We also have another teacher that's on intermittent FMLA. And so what the district is doing is we're putting that person's position on our payroll, and which will allow him, if he so chooses, to hire someone else. So that was as of the break when I got that information.
Gotcha. And are all of our teachers at Palm Terrace effective and highly effective staff right now?
We currently have a few who are needs improvement, and they are on plans to support the improvement. When we move into this situation, we would need to transfer those teachers.
And so, we're at the middle of the year right now, and change is not good. But if we've got folks that are needs improvement, and I don't know the answer to this question, wouldn't we explore? I mean, we're getting ready to lose a school. And so wouldn't we explore the option of replacing those folks that are needs improvement with folks who are highly effective to get us through the finish line? And so that, I don't know the answer to that question, but it seems like we're going to create a better scenario for them. Well, we'll be forced to create a better scenario for them than we have created for ourselves. And that's my whole line of questioning. Thank you.
The first thing I want everyone to understand that we're not losing a school. It's really a consultant coming in and assisting, and they go away as soon as you become a C. So unless we choose to have them stay on for extra support. So I just want us to make sure that our community understands that it's not what it has been portrayed. And the problem with the needs improvement teachers is we get that file in August. So those teachers might come off that file. We could transfer them now, but they might be shown to be effective in August. So then we would have transferred them, some might say for no reason, and then in August we may have others go onto that list.
And the one other thing to add, when we talk about the
Ms.
needs
Hazel
improvement, I'm sorry, Rachel Hazel, the executive director. When we talk about needs improvement, that is based on their state VAM score. It is not based on principal observations or those things that are taken into account. So a lot of times when we're looking at that, there are special circumstances behind that needs improvement score. We have gone through and developed very specific plans for each of those teachers, and we did have some really hard conversations at the beginning of the year that included Principal Harris about who we do place where.
And Mr. Russell?
We did move needs improvement teachers out. In the case that I'm thinking of where we did not, this was a first-year teacher that was hired after Hurricane Irma, did not come on board until November, and then, so she had a little over half of the year with those students. And I think that it was the ELA, or was it the math? It was one or the other that she needed improvement in. That being said, she has worked very closely with the coaches. It's gone to PD, and it's the principal really had faith in her, because what he said to me was she was one of the hardest working teachers on campus. So she came in very late, and so yes, her first VAM score was low in one of the, I forget, math or ELA. And so that's why that decision was made.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Ms. Copley, do you have a question? I know you're looking at me. I didn't know what you were thinking.
No, I just have one. The money, is it for when we hire them, or is it just in case? Do we have to when do we hire them, and when does the money go out the door?
May 1st is the date of the contract. Depending on which vendor we choose, some would like to get in earlier if we're able to do the contract earlier, and some mentioned setting up the payment monthly, some would set it up quarterly. It just depends on how we lay that out in the contract.
Okay, so you have to clarify, because testing is May, so students are going to be testing, teachers are going to be very busy, but yet they want to work with the school during the month of May?
They want to get a handle on what the teachers know, what the curriculum materials are, how aligned is the current instruction to the current standards, just, you know, a whole number of questions to let them know what the work would look like in the following year.
So the state is telling us that we have to hire a consultant May 1st, 2 months before we get our school grade.
That's right. We wouldn't pick that date.
Yeah, especially when the state legislature's deemed most of May for testing month, and then you're going to be bothering staff with
They're not
these
specifying that any work has to go on during May. They're just saying that we have to have the contract executed by May 1st.
So when the contract goes into effect, is there a monthly, so we would have to pay them for the month of May, month of June and July, and then we can drop them? Or do we have to keep them? I mean, the contract, is that a year contract or is it a month by month contract?
That's what we have to set up.
Okay. So
they gave us some proposals, but none of them work as is. We would have to adjust and work with
the next phase will be, we've been working with purchasing, and they've been guiding this process and put out the RFP, and we, the next phase, once the decision is made, will be contract negotiations, and so we have some time built in there for contract negotiation.
Okay, and
sorry,
then
that was Teresa Marcus.
And if Palm Terrace becomes a C, we basically, they did a lot of work and it can all go away?
That's why we're considering an option B, which would say, you know, there is still a layer of work to be done even if the school is a C or better. We could have that work take place at Palm Terrace, or we could have that work take place at another set of schools that we select.
Okay. All right, so there's a possibility of not just at Palm Terrace, but maybe at AB school, or, you know, designated Z school. Okay, and that's something that you all have to make that decision.
Well, we would look to you all for your input and feedback about what you think makes sense, because there will be, I believe, some money expended in the, you know, coming months trying to figure out what is going on at Palm Terrace, what would the needs be. And so essentially, if we don't use that money for some work going on in 1920, that's your decision. But that would be, you know, we would have put money there and then done no follow-up.
Okay.
You know, so, which we could decide to do. It's a substantial investment of money in 1920, and we could just say, you know, thank you, we don't want to spend any more money, or we could say there is other work to be done, and there is other work to be done at Palm Terrace and at other schools. It's just a matter of, do we choose to use someone outside to do it? Do we want to handle it ourselves? What is the best investment of our funds?
And we'll be discussing this also with faculties, what they feel that they need. I mean, sometimes a fourth grade math, or fourth grade will go, well, we're not real happy with our curriculum right now, or the lack of textbooks, whatever it may be. We could use this additional help. So are we taking into consideration what our faculties feel that they need?
I think that's good needs assessment work to do in the April, May timeframe.
And that's a part of what they're doing. They will be conducting needs assessments as well as root cause analysis.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Did anyone else have a comment, question? Ms. Haynes.
Thank you. So I actually spoke with Mr. Russell last night about this, because I had a few concerns. Number one, I understand why you chose, you know, to ask for an extension I mean, that's what every one of us would do, is say, you know, we've made changes, can we please have an extension? I truly believe, though, that yes, asking for an extension is a great thing, but we need to be proactive. And when I looked at this timeline, I don't know that now, like, hurry up and rush is the answer, because to interview these 3 companies in a single day, do we really know then, you know, what each company's doing? Did we really have time to reach out to other counties and districts and get a true feel for what was happening there? My feeling is, in November when we asked for the extension, I think we should have already been working on plan B of, okay, if we don't get the extension, then let's go ahead and start looking at the companies that other districts are using. You know, maybe even make a visit and see what's happening in those schools, because I want the best decision for Palm Terrace. I am hoping Palm Terrace is going to pull off a C. But that doesn't, they're still fragile and they're still going to need more time. This whole thing of interviewing 3 companies in a single day and then moving forward to make a decision without, you know, why weren't we proactive? I mean, I know that we'd all like to say it's not going to happen, we're not going to need it, but I think we need to have a plan. And moving forward, if we end up in this situation again, I just want to recommend that, yes, go with an extension, but let's do our homework. You know, if we had started in November looking at what other districts were using and, you know, and visiting or asking questions, I think we'd make a better decision than just a quick interview.
Let me jump in here. A very good point. Mr. Russell, I believe you said that, was it the board could expect the contract next school board meeting? Is that what you said? Or
yes,
did I hear that?
And what we can do, because Ms. Marks and
Not a contract, it's just our recommendation for which vendor.
A recommendation. Okay, you'll be presenting one next week. And I guess what I'm leading up to is, I know you said we have to have someone by May 1st. Was that the deadline?
We have to know which vendor we're choosing by January 31st.
You have to know which vendor we're choosing by
and then
January
we have to have
31st, and then have the contract execued by May 1st. Okay. Mr. Russell.
We were talking yesterday. We can send the board the RFPs from all 3 companies for you all to review ahead of time. Is there any other additional information?
Within what purchasing had done was created in Microsoft Teams a place to put all of the proposals that we reviewed, the feedback from the districts where they currently are, and then the members on the committee. And you can see in there the proposals range from 8 pages to
94.
Yeah, some of them are very, very broad, but you know, and so if you would like that, we can make that arrangement. I'd already reached out to check and see if you would like to review those.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. I think though what you're really saying is is that enough time to do the due diligence that is necessary to really drill down and reference check and talk to as many people in other districts to find out that even though the cost may guide your thinking one way, it may be after you really start to investigate that you get what you pay for, kind of thing. I mean, I don't know that at all, but I do think it's an important decision, and we don't need to rush.
We really have been watching and talking to other districts and talking with the state about what they're seeing this whole time. It's just formally the actual reference checks were done. I do like the idea of going to the school and doing visits. I wish we'd have thought of that. But.
Yeah, and also, Dr. Dyer, could you tell us who was on the interviewing committee yesterday?
We had Principal Tucker Harris. We had Ms. Sims, who is his secretary representing VESA on behalf of the staff there. Teresa Marks, Rose Rowland, our area soup for transformation at Palm Terrace, Rachel Hazel, We had Gil Walden, who's our school improvement specialist who does a lot of work with that school. Lindy Gepfert, who is also a school improvement specialist, and we had her there specifically listening to the option B side of the contract. I was there, Elizabeth Albert, for VIEW.
Okay, and then I'm assuming then that after all of these, then you all spoke, and then you all come up with a recommendation. Is that what how it worked, or did you?
Yeah, the process that purchasing uses is there was some open dialogue after all of the interviews, and then everybody rated them. There was the same rating sheet that went out with the proposal, and we rated them, and then we turned those in separately, and the rankings came back today, I think, earlier. Just how everybody rated and recorded and that kind of thing. So it was, the presentations were very different.
Okay, Ms. Haynes, I think, had a follow-up.
So you stated that there's currently 14 schools that the state, 14 schools that are using an external operator.
That's right.
And part of the discussion was about making sure that they're effective and actually does that external operator, when they go into one of them, bring that school up. So these 14 schools that are using it, do we even know yet if any of them have been successful? Because like, are they in the first year of having an external operator, or are they in year number 2 and they didn't? I mean, so I go back to—
This is a very new process.
I know, and I go back to, I want to make the best decision. If we have to move forward with this for Palm Terrace, I want it to be the right decision. And I read all of the bullet points that you put in here of what they offer and everything, and I would be more than happy to read, you know, what they said. You know, and I understand we're in a tricky spot, but I just feel like we can't afford to, if the school doesn't pull a C this year, we've got to make the right decision.
Agreed. Okay. And I think this is the first official year, second official year of external operators. Which? Second. So there hasn't been a lot of time for track records, but what each of the external operators presented to us was their track record, not only here in Florida, but in other locations. And some of them have been working with schools that were not in turnaround, and they were also sharing what happened as a result of their support there as well.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Ms. Wright has a question.
Well, not really.
Comment.
I think all of you kind of answered, because my number one question was, how many of them have actually turned a school around to a C or better within 1 year? And so I take it we don't know that. But even not in the state of Florida, how many of them did they provide you schools they were able to turn around within a year or 2 years at max?
So
did they give you
Dr.
that information?
Yeah, Dr. Dyer, can you respond to that?
Yeah, the one that I think answered that most clearly was Learning Sciences International, because they laid out for us, here are 12 schools we were working in, and the grades improved from F to C, D to C, D to B, or they went C to C. I mean, they laid out all of what happened, and then the other vendors didn't have data that clear to share. They shared where they had raised reading achievement scores in the grade level, or things like that, but they're not all working in this. They weren't all presenting the same kind of data. So
in that case, let's talk about the RFP then. Did the RFP ask for that information?
Yeah, I need to look for the question in particular, but we definitely asked them to speak to their record of turning around schools.
Okay, and my last question, Mr. Chair. So when we talked about the fees and being negotiable, how realistic is it that I will go into a contract with you that I'm going to allow you out within 2 or 3 months? I think we need to be realistic, because I doubt that will happen. So if whoever we select, Palm Terrace will be a C. How are we going to use the services of this company to help us? Because I'm a fan of external people coming in and telling us, because it's easy to hire somebody internally who's going to tell us the same story, versus hire somebody externally who has no connections with us, who can really give us an honest outlook of where we really are. So in the negotiation piece, Mr. Superintendent, I think it's going to be important that we are clear of how we're going to use their services. And since one company told us the additional cost, I think we need to ask what would be the additional cost from the other companies if we do add some additional schools, or if that's part of the price. Because $300,000 for one school, I can see if it's $300,000 for 5 or 6 schools. But those are the kind of conversations I think that are going to be very important, because I don't see them allowing us to just leave this when they earn that seat. I don't, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, we agree it's a good learning
Good point.
opportunity.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
yes,
just
Ms.
one more
Cuthbert. Yeah, follow up with Ms. Wright. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
to follow Mrs. Wright's question. When their materials, if they give us materials or their curriculum ideas, are they copyrighted? So can we keep them and use them even though maybe the contract might be up in 6 months?
So with TNTP and the MGT Centerpoint, the things that they mentioned are mostly things that we already use, or they are things that are publicly available. The LSI, they have specific tools that they use in their school improvement work, like a trend tracker and, you know, just specific tools. And those would be available for a price after the contract.
Okay, so it's copyrighted. Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Haynes.
So to follow up, when you asked about who sat on the interview team,
Yes.
I asked that question yesterday. And the only concern I had is you had a great interview team, but I felt like you were missing some key components, because Palm Terrace is has a large ESE population, and you didn't have anyone from ESE on that team that could possibly ask, well, what are we going to do differently, say with the ESE teachers or an ESE classroom. And also because Palm Terrace is one of our highest poverty schools, therefore being a Title I school, I also noticed there was no representation from Title I on that team. And I did share that with Mr. Russell last night, because as I said, we want to make the right decision, but did we make sure we brought all the players, the right people to the table to make that decision?
Good comment. I guess the best thing that I saw, that, and I think you kind of made this happen, Mr. Russell, was to make sure that the principal was there.
Yes.
Because who knows that entire school and the population and the teaching staff better than the principal? And I know he did not want to be there at first, but the superintendent has a way of persuading people to do the right thing anyway. So I'm glad he was there for his input. Yes.
And so you
Mr.
mentioned
Colon.
that LSI is the one that gave you the most information and track record, and you also mentioned that LSI is the company that has their proprietary software, and so they're also $200,000. But going back to what Ms. Wright said, are you getting what you pay for? And so I would much rather have someone who's going to cost me a little more, who may be able to influence our future and the rest of the district, than someone who's going to be a lot less and come and go and not having really made a true impact on what we're doing. And so with that being said, I'd be interested to learn more about these interviews, because you've only said one of them gave us a track record, and so I'll take the track record all day long, because good intentions are good, but records speak louder.
Well said, Mr. Colon. So I think the next time we see you all, when you come back with the contract, it's going to be another lively discussion here. Thank you again. Thank you for all the participants who I'm sure that was a different day, because this is our first time dealing with this, right? First time dealing with interviewing external operators. Yeah, it was interesting. Let's maybe hope it's the last time. So. All right. Thank you all very, very much. We are going to now continue with our morning afternoon workshop, and it is what are we doing? ERP SIS update.
And it'll be quick.
Superintendent says it will be quick, and we have 2 people approaching us right now, and if you'd be kind enough to state your name and your titles before you begin speaking.
Good afternoon now. I'm Pam Willingham, Project Manager for the ERP.
Pull that microphone a little closer to you and start over.
Pam Willingham, Project Manager for the ERP software.
And good afternoon. I'm Josh Wycuff, Project Manager for our Student Information System project.
Welcome.
So, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Russell, thank you for inviting us. We will be quick. The ERP software, as you may know, is the business software that we're implementing this year. Just a very quick update on the progress of that software implementation. We are on schedule for a budgeting go live of February 1st. Actually, technically, we are live right now. That's why you don't see a percentage completion on that. We are actually using the software at the district level for the next year, and we will be training schools and departments in that very soon in the course of the next couple of months. We are also on schedule for financials to go live July 1, and that's a 90% completion rate right now, so we're looking really good there. Data conversions are at 100%. We're happy to say that. Interface development is at 91%. That's a really big win for us too, so we're barreling right along. On schedule also for HCM, which is the Human Capital Management module. That is what you would consider HR and payroll and benefits. We are 75% complete right now, moving toward the go live of July 1. Data conversions are at 77%, and interface development is right now at 47%. The same resources are working on the financials as well as on the HCM. So when they finish with financials, they're moving on to HCM. So that's why you see those numbers are a little bit lower. As a project manager, it's a little concerning seeing that, but we're going to be fine. We think we're moving along. And we also would like to mention that we are beginning to do some parallel payroll runs, so that we are ensured that we can meet the payroll needs when we go live.
On the Student Information System side, we are still on track.
This is Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are on track for our July go live of our Student Information System focus. Notably, since we were together last time in December, our master scheduling process is underway with our middle and high schools. They've gotten some in-depth initial training and have another round coming up next week, and that is going smoothly. We are almost there on our data migration, moving all of the data out of our legacy systems and into our new system. We're at about 99%, just working through those last few little pieces. And the attention of the technology services applications team is now shifting toward working on our interfaces. So we will have data moving between our system and other systems within the district. So they'll be working on building those interfaces, as well as making sure that our reports that we need in the new system are ready for users. And so that will be our next focus. We wanted to spend these last few moments with you, though, to give you a more in-depth update on the training coordination process. We alluded to that when we were with you in December, and we've made some progress there that we wanted to share with you. What you're seeing on the screen is our Professional Learning Coordination Committee that Mr. Russell put together to try to coordinate this dance of all of these training initiatives that we have going on. So we talked last time about the Big Five, which is the ERP project, the Student Information System project, youth mental health, safety and security, and then last but not least, our math textbook adoption. This committee came together over multiple meetings and sessions and formats to try to coordinate all of the training tied not only to those Big Five, but to other initiatives and needs that we have in the district. We cast a wide net trying to gather training information from as many stakeholders as we could. I want to mention, though, this is still a work in progress, and it will be for some time. A lot of things going on, as you've heard about already today. So as we get more information, we throw it into the process and make sure that we're coordinating it. What we have produced as a result of the training coordination, and I do believe you have these handouts as part of your content in board docs. If not, we do have copies for you. But we've wanted to be able to give our schools as much notice as we can about the impact that these training initiatives are going to have on them. And so the two handouts are the information as we know it now impacting instructional staff training, and then everyone else at the school level. So we have been able to share this initial draft, and I would point out in large letters across both documents, it does say draft. We were able to share this with our principals very recently for their feedback, and we're still compiling that, as well as with leadership from the Volusia United Educators for their input as well. And so we wanted you to have that. It is not set in stone, and we will be taking the feedback that we're given and doing our best to work out issues. There is just such a volume of things going on that there are going to be some conflicts. We recognize that, but we are trying to work those out as much as possible.
You'll notice on those sheets also that department staff is not listed there. Those sheets are just for schools and non-instructional at the school site. All right, the committee, it was a large committee, and they had a large volume of trainings that they had to try to put together on a calendar. So I just wanted to speak briefly about the constraints that they had to deal with. The list of requested trainings approached 400 different trainings. So that is a massive number. That includes others beyond the top 5. So in trying to fit all of those on the calendar, the constraints that you see listed here, this is what they mainly had to deal with. First off, was the training mandated or necessary? That had to go first, and that's why we're talking about the top 5. Those are trainings that are required for this next year. The volume, as I mentioned, was huge, so they had to whittle it down. The calendar itself is a constraint, right? We can't add days into the year. We certainly can't add work days into the year. So it was difficult to try to figure out which dates we could use for those trainings. Then some courses had dependencies. In the case of ERP, for instance, we have 2 courses that require prerequisites. So those prerequisites had to be met as well before we could work on training of the second courses. And then there's going to be a resource issue whenever you're training every single employee, 8,000, and you only have a smattering of trainers available. That makes it really difficult, right? So it depended on which type of training we were looking at, but we had resource issues from within Volusia County. We also had resource issues from vendors who were helping us to deliver the training. And then, of course, time to get the materials put together. So we had to be sure that we were ready in the case of ERP and SIS with our training materials before, of course, we could offer the trainings.
So it's been a priority of the committee to try to strike a balance in all this information that's been gathered, and we literally put it up on the walls in this room and began to have some conversations about how to coordinate this work. And you can see there on the slide some of the pieces we had to look at. The timing, I've shared that I've been in front of stakeholders where on one day someone says, don't tell me you're going to train me months in advance for something I'm not going to use until August. And then the next day, same type of stakeholder says, don't tell me you're going to wait till July to train me on something that I have to use in August. So we know we're not going to make everyone happy, and I know that you all know that world quite well. But we are trying to balance and take that input of the timing, and not only that, but the format. Some people are fine with an online format. Others would want a face-to-face with open support labs. We're trying to offer a buffet of options, as I mentioned before, as much as possible. And then how much training? We are very concerned about quality. We want to make sure that we are providing quality training. And this, too, is a balance. Some will say that, hey, that was way too much, and others will say that was not enough, I need more. And we're just trying to be in a nimble position where we can respond to meet those needs as much as possible. So I wanted you to have the picture that this has been very intentional. Are there things that come out that we, despite all of our meetings, have not talked about? Absolutely. Heard a few today already that we'll have to do some work with. So that happens because this is a large organization with a lot going on. But we are trying to take the approach to be as proactive as possible in addressing some of those obvious conflicts and concerns as they arise.
And just talking about our 2 projects, the ERP and the SIS project, when we think back to other software rollouts, at least during my 12-year career here in Volusia County Schools, this is more training than we've ever had for new software for each of these cases. We are offering a buffet of options, as Josh said, face-to-face, videos, interactive videos, click sheets. We will make sure that they have what they need. But also, when we go live, it's going to be very crucial that we have support in place. So it's not just a training initiative, it's ongoing support. And you know that that encompasses training as well, because we are constantly having new employees arrive, and they need and deserve that same training that everyone else had. So we're putting together a support team that will help us to provide that ongoing training and provide the support on phones and in person. That includes change agents at the school. We have one per school site and one per department. We meet every month. We have PLLs and DLTLs who will be helping us out at the school sites. We're designating hallway heroes. Thank you, Mr. Colon, for giving us that idea. That's someone who is a colleague, who's right there on campus, who can help teachers do the things that they themselves as employees rather, are already doing. So it's not an extra burden on them, but it's just someone that they can go to for assistance right there in their neighborhood. We're also working on this customer experience support staff at the district level, and the district leadership has assured us that they will be out in the schools helping to support, answering questions, being their own type of hallway heroes. And that's it.
Well, thank you, Ms. Willingham and Mr. Wyckoff. Great presentation. Nice and short. Liking that. Also, I want to, just before you all leave here, you said you were going live right now with which phase was it? That is
budgeting.
Budgeting.
Correct, for the next fiscal year.
For the next fiscal year. Okay. All right. Great. Questions, comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Wright.
So your last slide, you said district leadership. Are they capable of doing that? I'm just being serious.
Well, that's a good.
Fully trained.
That's a really good question. You know, even as project manager, I don't know all of the little bits and pieces in the software. I can't possibly answer detailed questions, but I can be there to help people get pointed in the right direction. And as employees, there are some things, some functions that we all need to be able to do. Things like taking leave, requesting leave, selecting benefits. Those are things we'll all be trained on. So if someone forgets how to do it, a leadership team member would be able to say, "Oh yeah, I remember that from training."
Oh, I was just wondering. I want to see the superintendent and the area suits, because all of them have administrative assistants. So I doubt they do those mundane tasks. I was just wondering, will you be able to really help somebody?
I'll be out with Josh.
Good call, Superintendent. Ms. Cuthbert.
Will you have like a site where people can type in their question and answers come up? You know, like HP has one, Dell computers, AT&T, they all have
chat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
A chat, or just a problem solver website, simple things that you need to know. These are the simple steps to fill out a substitute form.
But both of these systems, ERP and SIS, I would say offer far more robust and user-friendly help options than any of our current systems. And so they look a little different between the two systems, but we do have quite a bit of resources in that area that will be coming forward.
That's probably should be the first thing you train everybody on, and how to get help.
That's a good idea. I do want to clarify, though, the ERP system does not have a chat bot built into it, but there is one available, and it is possible that in the future we could roll that out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Colon.
And so I want to reiterate that having that hands-on support to those hallway heroes are going to be amazing. And so I encourage you again to go think outside the box of who these folks could be, because ideally there wouldn't be folks who are currently really, really busy, number one, and number two, along the lines of whether or not the district personnel are able to assist, I can tell you that's very challenging because they themselves, like she said, doesn't do it often. And so we're still challenging our organization, you know, when they say, well, we need you to fill out an access request form, and they're like, well, where do we go do that? Well, who can I have do that? Well, no, you are the manager. You have to do that. And last of all, please don't say the word buffet again.
Are you hungry?
No buffets. Any other questions, concerns, Mr. Superintendent? Any comments? I was just happy to hear that you are going to provide ongoing training, because training's great, but once you get in there and you're really doing it, you run into a brick wall, and you got to help and ongoing training to keep everybody going, and particularly with our turnover and staff and changing of positions all over the place. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Board members, members of the public, we have reached the end of our workshop. We will be coming back at 3:30 this afternoon to start our school board meeting. Thank you, and have a good